X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. Why do they just stand there against when they fall from the battles I have overcome? We feel it, feel the cope and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep vaping with my mill, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You've seen now, watch me right now, punch your face now. Let me show you how.
All right. Good evening, everybody. Hello. It's so good to see all of you. I had to take a few days off of stream, way more days than I actually wanted to, because I kind of hit the gritty too hard, frankly. And you know how I've been complaining about having problems with my knee? Well, they got worse, and I ended up having to do a little bit of home DIY physical therapy, that is swimming around in a local pool. And it actually has helped out a lot, and here I am again. My knees are actually feeling so much goddamn better. It feels amazing to not have constant knee pain. It does still kind of happen a little bit occasionally when I'm sitting in the same position for too long, and so you might see me shift around a little bit, but I feel so much better. I don't know if you guys have seen me complaining about my knee, but yeah, it was painful. Hey Zan, can't believe you've been secretly controlling all of our Twitter accounts that are like 2 years old and using them to dunk on random schizophrenic conservatives. Absolutely shocking, never knew this. Okay, beard is back. The beard's been back. It's gonna not be back pretty soon. In fact, my hair, oh god. My hair, I really need a haircut. Like, I just can't control it. I wet my hair and brushed it before stream. Not enough. Not enough. It will not be kempt, so haircut very soon. I've been putting it off for way too long. But no, this is phenomenal. I have to tell you guys about this. I dunked on this conservative on Twitter, and they Okay. This is more so in line with what I'll be talking about a little bit on during the segments. But check this out, okay? Oh, I forgot. I have to. Oh, I have to do this, and then properties, and then that, and then yeah. Well, that enables audio. What? Why am I having an issue here? What is the problem? Have I forgotten how to stream? Chat, I forgot how to stream! Help me! Help me, I've forgotten how to stream! Maybe I just need to click into it and then it'll appear. That's so weird. Hold on a second, chat. Overlay. Game capture. Screen capture. Oh! Well, there we go. Oh, you know what? That's probably because I was playing VR before. Anyway, with that said, friendly reminder, Andrew Tate is not guilty. We got the tweet here. Hold on, I gotta click this so it makes that red outline go away. So this dumb broad tweets, friendly reminder, Andrew Tate is not guilty. I reply with a spicy banger, okay? It's too late for him to sex traffic you, ma'am. He's in jail. I'd say a pretty concise response to such dick riding. Would you not agree? I would say that this was a absolutely fantastic response. Next I get where's the we get a bunch of deranged comments here. Here's where it is. Found the delusional media sheep. Hey at FBI at CDC Gov. This is where it starts getting really funny. The person with no friends who has dozens of accounts and had to follow themselves to like their own comments. So, as you can see, this person is seeing how many people are liking my tweet, replying to him, like dunking on him. And that was an hour ago. And then another hour ago, he once again, my god, talk about fucking desperate. How many accounts do you have? Oh man, look at all these alt accounts I have that are liking my tweet. Oh! Dude, I love when conservatives are so absolutely brain poisoned they can't even fathom the idea of a somewhat popular, like, left-wing figure existing, you know? They're so lost in this, like, silent majority idea, they think that, like, online, there is no lefty space, or any large lefty figures that aren't, like, I guess, backed by... You know what they think people, like, lefty figures are backed by. Hey, Xanderhall, my offer to chat is still on the table if you want. What did you offer chat? Nudes? It's delusion on their side? Yeah, they live in a fantasy world that fits their narrative. But, you know, it's kind of cute sometimes to see how deranged they are. One Piece 34, thank you for the $5 donation. I really appreciate that. That was a... Ooh. Yeah, that was a couple days ago. Thank you. Said, here another Sunset City clip from Surus and his pals podcast. All right, we'll watch this because even though I think that was from a couple days ago, we'll still watch this because I like Surus. Surus is cool. Surus is pog.
Red Rocket Roll McDonald's.
Let's really quickly.
Roll McDonald's.
Oh my God.
Nick,
did you have something to say, sir?
Sure. He's still doing it. He's still doing it.
Let me finish the chorus, okay?
Don't stop.
Listen,
Do the whole thing.
Do you see how he tries? You understand, like, this is why I don't listen.
Listen, if there are people in the room with you and they're annoyed by a bit that you're doing, do not stop the bit. Don't pitter it out and do a pathetic little... You follow through, okay? Because nothing looks more pathetic than a failed bit that you quit halfway through because you realized it was a failure. If you follow it through, there's still a chance of redeeming it, okay? There's actually been cases where I was like in a call with friends doing a bit and they were dead silent. Like you could tell this was not resonating with them. And then, like I follow through the bit instead of just stopping it and the punchline hits and everyone laughs. And I could have stopped. I could have just stopped the bit, stopped the joke, and just pittered it out and just, you know, packed it in and went home. But I didn't. And I ended up telling a pretty funny joke. Oh yeah, Xander Hall, at some point this week, you plan on covering a Pillow's Lolicon debate? They had this last week. Yeah, Pillow told me that was happening last night. I actually didn't get a chance to see it because I was so busy. But yeah, I mean, I'd be down to probably watch it. Probably not today, because I've got so much stuff set to cover today. But maybe during one of the Zomboid streams, or yeah, I don't know, maybe in a future politics stream later this week. All right, let's finish this.
You, because you're just like,
it's so good to see all of you. I'll welcome you all in a minute.
Hey, keep behind the scenes drama. Rockets, just save it for my live stream.
Okay, restarted. Good meme. Thank you, One Piece 34. I can always rely on your wholesome 100 donos. Thank you. Windleby, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Says, don't mind this. Heh re hee hee. Thank you. I do mind it, though, in a positive way. No Zomboid today? No Zomboid today, I'm afraid. I've got a lot of segments for us. This is all going to be politics and segments, just grinding those fuckers out. Luna Fluff, thank you for the tier 1 subs. Says, you're great and deserve to have quail and a nice place to live. Also, I really want on that Zomboid server. Well, now you'll be able to get on. Thank you, Luna Fluff. I really appreciate that. I appreciate the kind words as well. Thank you, thank you. Nick D, thank you for the tier 2 sub. That's very kind of you. Very generous and appreciated as well. That was 2 days ago, by the way. Thank you. Yellow Cobra, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. From 2 days ago, said Zomboid time. Unfortunately, today is not Zomboid time, but tomorrow should be Zomboid time. Gaming Blows, thanks for the $2 super chat. Very kind of you. Says, I'm new, came from Big V's world. Great streams. I really appreciate that. Yeah, Vosh is a pretty cool friend. We've been friends for... How long has it been now? Time just kind of becomes less of a important concept as a content creator online, I guess. But since 2019, early 2019, Vosh and I have been cool. So yeah, I'm excited to move up to the Pacific Northwest and hang out with him in real life. It's gonna be cool. Gonna be some awesome opportunities for collabs and IRL content. I want to do some like hiking content, you know, where it's like exploring the wilderness. I did a video that kind of shows you a bit of what that might be like back when Xander Hall Biden elected. The day after election day, I actually went on a hike. Yeah, here it is. I went on a hike up to Mount San Jacinto. You know, I went on a good old hike. It was a fun time. It was great. And it was up on the mountain, and found out on my phone the news that Biden had won, and decided to film a little video. So it's only 2 minutes long, but here's a little peek at what that could be like. But obviously I've gotten better at making videos, talking, and editing, and producing entertaining content. So I like the outdoors. I want to include the outdoors in my content while also having politics in it, you know? Alright, hello everyone. It's Xander Hall here, and I am in a cave right now on Mount San Jacinto, and me and my uncles, who are up ahead on the trail, are hiking up to the peak. And so that's basically like a little peek at I said peek twice. That's basically like a little sneak peek at what that'll be like, right? You guys can go watch the video. It's kind of outdated now because it's about Biden getting elected. This is like 2 years ago now. Three years ago now. God. Well, technically it'd be 2, right? 2? Regardless. Volume is low? Yeah, that's something that's just inherent to the video. I couldn't fix that in production when I originally uploaded that. That's my fault. Also, that's kind of the fault of the fact that that was filmed on a phone and I was under a rock in the middle of the mountains, you know? Not the best sound design area there, but, you know, we made it work, I think. It's legible if you turn on the video and you crank it up. Cherry T21, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. Thank you. That's 25 buccarinos right there. Thank you very much. That's extremely kind and generous. Gifted to Arborland 1202, Red Skjar, Cypher23, Sabrina 0S, and Elvin there. Thank you. I really appreciate that. That's extremely generous and very helpful. sent me a YouTube link, so we'll watch that. Said, this late, but I've discovered this amazing parody. All right, let's check this out. And then I'm going to welcome you all here, and then... Actually, then I'm going to go pee, and then I'm going to welcome you all here, because I have to pee. The Grinch song, Uncensored. Is this going to get me copyrighted? I don't want to get copyrighted. Let's hope not.
You're a mean one, Mr. Grinch. You're a fugly piece of shit. You
Okay.
bring bendy straws to bathrooms cause you like the taste of piss,
Okay, this is good. All right, we're off to a good start.
Mr. Grinch.
Call me
I
Anthony
wouldn't suck
Fantano.
your dick if it was dipped in honey and could cure cancer. Also, you have no dick.
Damn. Double burn. Even if he did have a dick.
You're a dipshit, Mr. Grinch. Even babies want you dead. You've never
That's a
brought
great
home
line.
woman 'cause you're
There's...
scared.
Bro, that is the best burn I've ever heard. This song goes so hard, even babies want you dead. Holy shit. That goes hard as fuck.
You'll wet the bed, Mr. Grinch. The 3 words that best describe
Yeah, the Grinch has been real quiet since this dropped.
you are as follows, and I quote: bitch, dumpster, bitch. You're
Damn.
poor,
Rhyme bitch with bitch.
Mr. Grinch. You can't afford the bus. You're deathly allergic to tree nuts, and your exact address is this, Mr. Grinch. 1482 Mount Crumpet Boulevard, Whoville, Michigan.
Fucking doxing the Grinch.
I mailed your bitch ass a bag of nuts.
I feel like Pipe Bomb would have rhymed just as much.
Let's just address that you are inbred.
Okay.
Mr. Grinch,
Alright.
you don't know how to read.
Okay, this goes hard.
It's enough how much you love to shut down pee, Mr.
Holy shit. Zanmis 2023 is gonna go hard.
Grinch. According to an anonymous poll with a sample size of over 3,000
Hey, Abby Gretel, what's up?
Who's who were asked to rank you on a scale from 1 to 100 based on traits such as likability, general odor, and physical attractiveness.
Okay, this is going a bit long.
The highest number we got was 3.
That goes hard. I really appreciate you donating that. That did go pretty fucking hard. Fefala, thank you for the tier 1 gifted sub. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the $5, said Jews. That is what the Nazis hate. That is true. That's pretty late dono. I feel like without context, I remember the context. My stoned brain somehow remembers the context of that. But that might look sussy to people who don't know that, because there's a lot of people who've joined since that section of the stream where I said, you guys know what group these Nazis are blaming it on. Yeah. Well, before I go pee really fast, I just want to welcome all of you. Hey, Fefla. Hey, OrthoMarxy. Hey, BottomTech CF28. Hey, Jade Monkey. What's up? Hello there, BZ. Hey there, Heavy Gretel. Hello there, Njord. Hey, Bolshevik Y2K, Jazz Dog, Transgal, Fefala. Hash, what's up? Sylvia, good to see you. Arborland, 1202, what's up? Exoskeletal Patchwork, Trout with Clout, Softest Leftist, Tartkey, Nick D, Pesky, Angel Flower. God, so many lovely people here today. Oh, excuse me. Oh, why am I burping? Why am I burping? All right, I gotta go pee, so I will be right back, all right? Hey, Hakon, good to see you as well. I love seeing my Hightail homies in here. You better believe that if Hightail... Listen, we don't know yet if, like, playing through Hightail Adventure Mode for the first time will be better solo or with friends, but if it's better with friends, and if it's balanced to have a lot of friends, you better believe Hakon's invited to join the Hightail crew. All the Hightail homies are invited. Ideally, like, all of us OG, like, Hightail waiters would be able to play on one single world where we could all just cumulatively bust together. They hired a publisher today. I saw that, and I followed them, yeah. that's really fucking cool. Like they're hiring people that are going to be, their jobs will be oriented around marketing the game, which is the type of thing you do when you're getting ready for the game launch, you know, coming relatively soon. So that's good to see. I'm super hyped. Also, you're listening to Hightail Lo-Fi remixes right now, so yeah. Name of the background music you just used? This background music is Hightail music from the game we're talking about, Hytale. This is the Hightail Lo-Fi hip-hop remix by Slamma. I'm going to go ahead and drop it in the chat. Ironically enough, Hakon and Slamma, when Ethan told me about both of them, I assumed both of their names were going to lead into Ligma jokes. I'm not even kidding. I thought Hakon was going to be Hakon this dick, and then Slamma was going to be like Slamma ass or something. I'm very sorry, Hakon, but, you know, it's just... It's how Ethan is, alright? I was expecting the worst, alright? Anyway, I'll be back. Alright. I forgive you. Thank you, Hakon. I'm glad you forgive me for thinking your name was originally a fucking Ligma joke. Alright. God, it feels good to be back on stream. I've really missed you guys. I really don't like taking days off of streaming. I know that this may sound like, oh, you don't like taking days off? I mean, I enjoy, I guess, the freedom of not having to worry about a stream later today and, you know, not having to, you know, get tired and everything, I suppose, and having the free time. But I actually really enjoy streaming, and when I don't stream or I go a day without streaming, not only do I start to miss you guys, but I also start to feel unaccomplished and lazy. So it feels nice to be back here in front of you guys again. My knees. My knees. I wish they were better. Zan, let me know what you want to hit the... When you want me to hit the Pen Shapiro. Oh, are we doing a... do people in chat want to match me? For hits from the vape pen? From the weed pen? You guys want to try to match? What am I smoking right now? Let me check. This is Super Lemon Haze. 90.78% THC. 907.80 milligrams of THC. 0.00% CBD. Net weight 1 gram. 0.35 ounces. So that is what I'm hitting right now. Holy fuck, I haven't heard anyone discuss Hightail in such a long time. It's so nice to hear about it again. That's probably for the best. Hightail is, Hightail's a sleeping dragon, is what I like to call it. Right now, it's in development. The devs are being quiet because they don't care to keep hype flowing while they are making the game that's not going to come out, like, extremely soon. And I think that's for the best because, you know, don't crunch your team. Don't do crunch time. I think we can all agree, as progressive many of us in chat being gamers, you don't want crunch time to happen with games being made. We like workers. We like them having reasonable working hours. So they don't want to do crunch time, but they also don't want to release a subpar game, right? Or an unpolished game. So their goal is to basically take as long as it takes without crunching their team. And that does mean a longer development cycle, but yeah. Keeping hype going for a game is so stressful. Yeah, that's also true. Hey Zan, I'm finally quitting vaping. Oh, hell yeah. I'm gonna be quitting vaping when I get to Seattle as well. I've kind of been feeling, you know, tired of it lately, you know? Developers need sleep too? Yeah, and healthy lifestyles, you know? Sitting in front of a computer is not healthy for you all day. Like, even I, doing these streams for like 4 to 6 to 8 hours on end, it isn't a healthy lifestyle. My ideal, like, final setup would include a standing desk so that I can transition between standing and sitting as needed to, you know, help with my joints and blood flow and whatnot, because it's just objectively better for you to be able to switch between standing and sitting when, you know, you feel that you need to without losing, you know, the ability, like, it would literally be like I press a button and the desk slowly rises with everything else on it, and like I could just stand up and, you know, there would be no issue for the stream. I could just continue streaming just like that. It would allow me to do much longer streams, yeah. I've been thinking of getting a standing desk too. I've heard nothing but good reviews on like the concept of standing desks. Like, they seem to be a very good idea, and doctors and medical experts and people who know how this affects your body seem to all agree that being able to stand up like that while you're working and not interrupt your work, you know, because that's one of the main reasons people don't stand up from sitting for long periods of time, is they don't want to interrupt their workflow. That allows you to do it without doing that, you know? What about cords, though? You would probably have to figure out some sort of cord management thing, I imagine. I have scoliosis, so it would help. Yeah. Can't wait for the quail cam. That's going to go so hard. Oh, I cannot wait. The way that I'm going to set it up initially is I'm going to have the incubator next to me. What I'll probably do is get a proper camera once I'm like setting up the quail stuff, because I'll need it for recording videos as well as streaming. And I'll use this current webcam to stream like a bottom down view of the incubator incubating the eggs, and it'll be like a little, maybe like a little corner right there. You'll have like a little incubator view, and eventually they'll hatch, and then they'll be little babies, and they'll be hopping around doing beep. They'll make that noise. That's the noise they make. I do have a sick-ass gaming chair, which I like. My sick-ass gaming chair. I'm an accountant and my firm has desks we can raise. It does help when you need to stretch your legs a bit. Absolutely it should. You should set up a live IP camera for the quail for 24-hour view. That would be a little excessive, I think. I don't know if that's like, I don't know. I feel like part of the specialness of the quail is going to be that you see them in my videos and I give you updates on how they're doing and everything, right? If you just get to watch a live stream of them 24/7, my videos where I feature them stop being as special. I noticed this happen with a YouTuber that I watch, that I still watch and enjoy, but I noticed that she gets a lot less hits on YouTube than she used to. And I think her channel's called The Hummingbird Spot or something like that. I'm sorry if I get the name wrong, but sorry, I'm just trying to find a comfy position for my knees. She's called The Hummingbird Spot, if I remember correctly. And her whole thing is talking about hummingbirds, right? She's got this balcony where she's put up a bunch of hummingbird feeders and a bunch of, you know, hummingbird-friendly plants, flowering plants. And she documents and talks about how she sustains a massive amount of hummingbirds constantly swarming her porch. And I learned a lot from her videos, because obviously my porch, both front and back right now, lots of hummingbirds, lots and lots of hummingbirds. In fact, I've gotten them to land on me multiple times before. So, I watch her videos, and she would do these great videos where she was showing off how many hummingbirds she had, and her videos would get a lot of views. But then she started doing a 24-hour live stream of her hummingbird feeders, where you could just at any time tune in and see all of the hummingbirds swarming on it without any commentary or any issue there. And the live stream itself gets decent viewership, and it really got a lot of viewership initially, but over time it's bled viewership, and now it's like, at most it hits 300 viewers, and her recent videos have done worse. So yeah, I don't think It's beneficial. Oh shit, I just noticed the cat house in the background. It looks dope as fuck. Oh, that's been in the background of my streams for a while now. That's Luna's cat house. So usually it's right there, but I moved it up there, or over there, because as you can see, I've put a VR base station on it. I've actually taped it there because I needed a way to make this work for like a temporary solution to get VR working. And then I also taped another one up there on the blinds, like on the platform that the blinds are like above. And now I've got VR going. You can kind of see the VR headset on the ground there. But yeah, is it higher up now? Oh yeah, it's actually on a platform now. So that's why, you know, it's on like a table sort of thing, and then it, you know, right there is the base station for VR. I might do some VR streams before I end up moving to Seattle, but I think VR streams are going to be much more fitting when I have, like, just a proper setup that isn't all cobbled together as mine is now. Won't the cat knock over the base station? She doesn't go up that high, and also it's taped. And I don't let her in here whenever I'm doing VR. VR Minecraft, Zan? Oh, I need to play that! Fuck, I forgot that exists! I keep on thinking while I'm in VR, like looking at the list of games that's available to you in your Steam VR homepage thing, I keep scrolling through thinking, what can I play? I'm kind of feeling like something a little bit more, you know, survival worldy, and I've been defaulting to Saints and Sinners, Walking Dead Saints and Sinners, but yeah, I forgot that Minecraft VR is a thing. Hell yeah, I need to try that out. How did y'all not notice the cat tower? Honestly, my room is kind of liminal, if you think about it. Like, does my room not have sort of a liminal quality to it right now? It's the mirrors. It's the mirrors and the lighting, I think. And the weird choice of furniture being all weirdly shaped. It has sort of, like, yeah, I'm streaming to you guys from the back rooms right now. It's also, like, in terms of distance, like, you cannot tell distance. Hey, do you guys think from my seat right now, I should be able to touch the corner of the bed? From here, should I be able to reach behind me and touch the corner of that bed? Yeah? Not even close. I know it looks like I'm just an inch away, like I could just barely touch it. I am like a half foot away. My fingertips are like a half foot away from that bed. So, no, I've got pretty long arms, too. It's not that I have short arms. But here's the funny thing. This is still a small room. That cat tree is actually closer than it looks. Like, if my arms were 3 times longer than they are, I'd be able to touch that cat tree. Maybe 4 times longer. I'd be able to touch that cat tree from here. This is literally a room of illusions, and a lot of it has to do with that giant mirror in here that's like the sliding door for the closet. It's bizarre, I know. Anyway, with all of this said, I will cut through all of the intro memes. If you guys are enjoying what you're seeing and you continue to enjoy what you see, remember that you can always support my stream in a number of ways, and I really do appreciate every form of support that you guys send my way. Whether it be dropping a like on my stream, my VODs, or my videos, it really does help out a lot. It actually forces YouTube to push my content. You can also comment. You can also subscribe and ring the bell icon, turn on all notifications so YouTube tells you when I go live or I upload a new video, because they won't do that otherwise. You cannot get reliable notifications from YouTube unless you ring that bell icon, my friends. And of course, if you want to see more from me on other platforms that aren't YouTube or whatever you're watching on right now, you can follow my social medias, which are all linked down below in the description, especially my Twitter. I also want to boost my followers on Instagram, so follow me there, I guess. Also, of course, if you got the extra money for it and you don't need it for anything else and you simply don't know what to do with it, you can support me financially on my website, xanderhall.com/live, by hitting the little donate or subscribe button up there in the top left of the screen. And you can also support me financially by donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on YouTube, Oh, that was so close to being perfect. YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, or Stream Elements. So yeah, thank you. I was trying to fight off that cough, but I couldn't fight it off. I'd kind of inhaled like a little bit of my own spit, like a little molecule. Zan has tuberculosis.
God damn it, Dutch! You gave me tuberculosis.
All right, hold on. One more like stun lock sidetrack before before we move on. All right. We're gonna watch this video. I don't remember if this video is like poorly aged or not. If this has any like isms or obias in it, but I remember this video being hilarious. Okay, it's a bit of an oldie now. Kick or cringe with Dutch Vanderland.
Welcome back to Kick or Cringe with Dutch Vanderland. Dutch, I got a meme to show you. All right, John, show us your meme. Jonathan, this right here, this is definitely Kick.
My friend.
Thanks, Dutch. Dutch,
Dutch House had a meme I want to show you.
All right then, Arthur. Go ahead and show us your meme.
That's a Keck meme.
Mr. Morgan, now that is a definite Kick right there. Well, that's mighty kind of you.
Mighty kind of you, Ditch.
No, Dutch, don't. These memes, they're cringe, Dutch. These memes are cringe. I'll show you a real meme. Something Black Lung and Johnny Boy could never come up with in their lives. Settle down, son.
Oh wait, I remember the punchline of this. Oh no.
Well, Dutch, what do you think? Definitely Kick, right?
Let me have a rule and a saw and a board and
It's making me cringe, Dutch. Micah, you cringy son of a bitch. Micah,
well, we work so
that's cringe.
house together in the snow or the rain or the ice cold wind.
What an amazing game Red Dead Redemption 2 is. I need to play through all of that game eventually. I played through like 50% of it on stream, and then I just kind of like got distracted by other shit and never finished it. When I build my magnum opus gaming PC, I think one of the games we revisit and play all the way through is going to be Red Dead Redemption 2. I want to see that game on cranked out, maxed out settings with no lag, streaming it to you lovely folks. I want you guys to be able to experience it. It's a difficult game to get through, not because it's hard though. I've beaten it before. It would be a not a first time playthrough for me for sure. I suppose you guys would have to tell me if that's interesting. Oh hey Holly, I see you over in YouTube chat. You should come to the website, the real chat, the xanderhall.com real chat. Zan, will you ever play Returnal? I might. I haven't seen any gameplay of it, though. I hear about a lot of really popular games, but the name of it just kind of throws me off, and I feel like that's one of them. But then sometimes you like see gameplay, and despite the name, you end up being interested in the game, you know? Zan, will the Zomboid server launch tomorrow? Do you want it up tonight? So the Zomboid server's already launched, but we had some issues with a hacker joining to try to like troll the servers. So unfortunately, this hacker has done the unthinkable and unrecoverable damaging troll to me of forcing me to make it so that people have to give me more money in order to play on the server. How will I ever recover from this? God damn. So yeah, we're just gonna implement a whitelist and only allow people who sub and gift subs and donate to join the server, like we did with 12 Days of Xanmas. And yeah, I've been epically owned. I will be forced to make more money. That hacker destroyed me. I don't know how I'll ever recover. Hey Zan, do you play? Hey Zan, you ever play Hollow Knight? No, I have not played Hollow Knight. I've heard it's very hard though. I've heard it's very good and very hard. I've never been a platformer guy. I've not played any platformers. I played a little bit of Mega Man way back in the day, like an OG Mega Man on what was back then when I was a little kid, like a vintage console. So I remember it being absurdly hard. I remember it being like my first time ever raging at a video game hard. It's more like Super Metroid, Zan. Hey, Zan, would you take game requests from chat? Game requests from chat? I mean, people recommend me games all the time. You don't really have to ask me. People just ask me, you know? Like, you don't have to ask me for permission to ask me, is what I mean. Anyway, enough sidetracking. All right, we got a lot to talk about today. We got a lot of disturbing shit to talk about today. What should I cover first? Welcome to the site, Holly. What should we cover first? Let me see. You know what? I think I'll cover just the degeneration of Twitter first. I feel like that's sort of a better intro to today's show. I feel like that's good. All right, let me rewind this beautiful lo-fi made by Slamma and start this segment. All right, you guys know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. So for about 3 or 4 months now, we have slowly been tracking the degradation of Twitter. It might have even been less time. It feels like so much has happened that it sort of needs to have been 3 to 4 months, but it might have actually been less time than that has passed since Elon Musk bought Twitter and started destroying it. It feels like it's been 4 or 5 months. Anyway, so far, or at least up until recently, Elon Musk's acquisition of Twitter and the changes that he's made have been mostly detrimental to him. Less so than, like, the user base of Twitter, right? Yes, he fired, like, teams of engineers and moderators and everything like that, and the website was unusable, and still to this day, I will, like, have to refresh my entire Twitter just to see new messages coming into a group chat, otherwise they will never appear, as if nobody has been active in there. You have to, like, keep clicking refresh to see new messages. So yeah, Twitter is definitely broken, but outside of that, there wasn't really much. His changes weren't having as big of an impact on the user base until, I think, yesterday. You see, outside of advertisers pulling off of the site, which if anything just improves the user experience but fucks over Elon, you know, it's mostly been the same, right? Like, it's more or less been the same old Twitter, just with Nazis and conservatives feeling more mask off, talking about how bad they want to murder and wood chipper gay people. Whole lot more of that lately, obviously. But it wasn't until yesterday when I woke up and I got on Twitter, all right? I guess I'll take you through the line of events sort of sequentially, if that's more ideal. All right, so I was scrolling through Twitter first thing in the morning, get up, you know, grab some coffee, sit down at my computer, scroll through Twitter, see what's up, see what I missed, scroll through my DMs, see what I, you know, answer everything. And I see this tweet as the very first tweet in my in my timeline. And it has a little star next to it that says, "We think you might like this," or "Twitter thinks you might like this," from this Bridget Gabriel lady saying, "The voting age should be 21, not 16. I guess there's somewhere where people are insisting the voting age should be 16, but honestly, I think it should be 16, if we're being honest. Like, why shouldn't 16-year-olds be able to vote if they're able to work? Canada is where they're talking about that? Yeah, sure. If you're able to work at 16 years old, you should be able to vote. You see, conservatives want to raise the voting age to 21 because, one, they have less representation among younger demographics. It really is just that simple. Like, the older you have to be to vote, the more percentage of the voter base will vote Republican, which is pretty important for them. But it's also a matter of basically normalizing voter disenfranchisement, right? The more what's the word I'm looking for? Impositions? I think that's the word. The more impositions that the Republicans can put between a given demographic and voting, the more they can justify other demographics having a harder time getting access to voting, right? So, for example, obviously, we've seen voter ID laws attempted in places like, I don't even remember if it was North or South Carolina, if I'm being honest, one of them, where they attempt to implement voter ID laws that the Supreme Court determined were surgically targeting non-white people to try to keep them from voting. This is not uncommon. This is just an example of someone advocating for voter disenfranchisement. I don't think I need to explain all of that. But it's interesting that Twitter specifically recommended it to me as something that I might like. But, you know, could be a one-off, right? Could just be a one-off, you know? Could just be a one-off. Next, I see this tweet in my recommended. A Matt Walsh tweet. Kids number 5 and 6 were born last night. The males in the family now outnumber the females 5-3. My master plan is complete. Mom and babies are healthy and doing well. Thank you for all your prayers. That is Matt Walsh, known wanting to killer of trans people. Being weird about 2 new children being born. Like, dude can't even have a wholesome moment without being weird about it. What an amazing quote from Merrick, by the way. Yeah, Matt Walsh. Anyway, so we get a Matt Walsh tweet. Okay. I scroll a little further. And then I see this. A reply to a post from Woman Posting L's that says... These are all being recommended to me by Twitter, by the way. Like, these aren't like, oh, these are coming up incidentally. These are like Twitter saying, we think you might like this. A little star next to it. Lamau risks, good joke. This is in response to somebody saying sex workers are discriminated against. Lamau risks, good joke. They provide nothing useful to society. In fact, they help deteriorate it. Hence why it's important to out them to friends and family. They do sex quote-unquote work because they think there are no consequences for their abhorrent actions. It needs to change. So this is straight up, like, hateful, wanting to, like, destroy the lives of sex workers. Cool. Next, I see this tweet in my timeline. Reminder, the Supreme Court says Jewish symbols are permitted on state property, but not Christian ones. And it's just that. I mean, I think you guys can guess what that's implying. I mean, like, the point of good Nazi propaganda is that the Nazis get it, but the normies don't, right? And you just make, like, a statement, and you just leave it out there for those that get it to sort of interpret it. What else did I see? Any other interesting ones that I quote tweeted? I think I got tired of quote tweeting these, and I stopped quote tweeting them after that one. Oh, nope, we had another one. Yep, this is another one that Twitter recommended to me, but this is from today. Or I got recommended it today. So here's footage of a protest where there are pro-LGBT people protesting, and Antifa people are there to, like, protect them from Proud Boys and whatnot. And this person tweeted, with over 1,000 likes, there may literally come a day when the choice is either look the other way and let sickos groom kids for sex or become a quote-unquote Nazi. That day may be here right now. So just saying it's either become a Nazi or the gays will groom and rape kids, but by groom and rape kids, they mean kids will find out gay people exist, which what they basically mean, the translation of the propaganda, the mask-off translation is, we're becoming Nazis and we want to kill you because you want to exist, which pretty much just means you're not allowed to exist because they're Nazis, and Nazis can't allow people that they view as degenerate to exist in any way, shape, or form because they see them as a threat. You see, these neo-Nazis online they aren't just like people with different opinions. They're people who every single day that they don't take up arms and go shoot up some multicultural, multi-ethnic place, they are not living up to their, to their principles. And they know that, and they feel down about it. Look at 4chan posts and 8chan posts where they talk about how much they hate themselves, that they aren't brave enough to go take up arms and go shoot up a mall full of non-white people. Or a synagogue or a mosque. They love posting that shit. They are actively depressed that they don't have the balls to go kill brown people. They post about it all the fucking time. It's very common. Anyway, that's not what I wanted to talk about. What I wanted to talk about is, I think it's safe to say that judging by the fact that these changes, these, like, tweets coming in has really happened, particularly over the last couple days, that this is probably a recent algorithm change made by Twitter, and I think I know what algorithm change that is. Chat, have any of you guys been having a similar experience? Were most of you having a fairly, like, decent timeline that was actually stuff you were interested in from people that, like, didn't think you were subhuman, but then for, like, the last 2 days specifically, it's just been non-stop Twitter recommending, like, genocidal propaganda? So I'm not the only one. There's quite a few people in chat saying they've had the same problem. No, but I've seen a lot of people I follow dealing with that. I wonder if it's a change they're slowly, like, rolling out. And I wonder if you're going to see more and more people complaining about it as it gets rolled out to more people. That's actually really interesting to me. I'm curious to find out what change was actually made. But here's my theory. Here's the theory of what change I think was made. You see, I don't think it's actually, like, debatable that Twitter probably had filters that were in place to keep hateful content somewhat suppressed, right? Like, for example, if somebody tweeted, "The gays are pedophilic groomers, and we will kill them all," chances are, on old Twitter, that would be suppressed to the point where it wouldn't end up on your timeline with thousands of likes, unless it was from a very large creator with an already baked-in audience, right? Nowadays, though, it seems like every other tweet that I'm seeing is, at the very least, subtly hinting at wanting to do genocide, or at the JQ, or just pretty much endorsing far-right violence against minorities. And what I'm curious about is, as this change rolls out, how much more are we going to continuously see more and more and more and more and more, etc., people calling this out? And two, how many more advertisers are going to pull off the platform? Hell, we've got another one right now. I just got recommended a tweet from Cat Turd. Look at this. I literally just checked my Twitter timeline for shits and giggles, and my second tweet recommended is from Cat Turd, which is a far-right gimmick account. People say is Elon Musk's alt account. I don't know. I don't follow these fucking numbskulls or care enough about them to... Listen, the most thought I will give to these people will be when they die, alright? When I find out that these people have died, I will laugh and I will celebrate and I will smile, and that will be the most thought that they get from me, alright? The most energy that my brain, the most calories my brain burns processing that information of their existence will be the day that I find out that they have passed from this mortal realm. Anyway, this Cat Turd guy is a Nazi. Just Nazi, anti-vaxxer. Actually, here's a good example of, like, the type of anti-vax shit, this absolute fucking... I'm really trying to think of words to call this person that won't get me banned, but, like, I need to emphasize to all of you that this person is a living argument that makes me wonder, you know, maybe eugenicists have a point in certain situations, right? That's a joke, But seriously, this came up on my timeline the other day as well. The vaccinated are lashing out because deep inside they're scared shitless. He then proceeds to spend the rest of the day tweeting about how like, if he was vaccinated, he would be very scared right now. I don't know what happened, but, like, a bunch of far-right accounts were spamming my timeline saying that, like, if I was vaccinated, I'd be very scared right now. The vaccinated are terrifying. The vaccinated are shaking their boots right now. It's like, what the fuck is going on? Are they just, like, testing or celebrating that they can be, like, anti-vax without any pushback now by the platform? Okay. Yeah, it's very clear that they've made a change in the Twitter algorithm, the Titter algorithm, if you will. And that previously they were basically suppressing, obviously, you know, pro-misinformation tweets with a certain level of accuracy and hate speech tweets. And I think Elon Musk has basically just pulled the plug fully on that change. Eugenics against eugenicists. Basically, yeah. Which means it's like Thanos. You have to be the last one to go in the end once you've accomplished your mission, you know? Because you were the final eugenicist. Do you think Twitter is recommending tweets that you won't necessarily like, but you'd interact with, like quote tweet? If it's just a very unfortunate side effect of that, it's promoting these terrible tweets, or do you think they're purposely promoting far-right filth? I don't think they're purposely promoting far-right filth. Here's the thing. Far-right filth doesn't need artificial inflation by platforms in order to garner an audience like that, or to garner a lot of, like, social, like, mobility, like, not social mobility, that's a different term, like, social cause push in a community, right? They don't need that. The right has always had a very massive audience online, and it's always been very easy for just some random dumb fuck to pick up their microphone and start talking about how feminists are ruining video games, for example, and to garner a pretty substantial audience that they can live off of quite comfortably without much effort, right? That's not a secret. I don't think that's the problem. I think it's more so that Twitter removed a filter that existed before to try to suppress misinformation and hate speech. So we'll see how that does for the platform in the long run, guys. As a matter of fact, I'm curious. If you enjoyed this video and you want to help out in the algorithm, you can actually do one thing that has two outcomes. You can comment down below what your predictions are for the future of Twitter now, because honestly, things are looking rough. Things are looking rough. I haven't even seen an ad on Twitter in months. Maybe it's my ad block, but like, I haven't seen an ad on Twitter in months. I don't know, guys. Comment down below what you think is going to happen to Twitter. Is it slowly dying? Do you think this change, rolling out to more and more people, is going to make the platform so unusable for anyone who isn't a straight, cis, het, white person who's got an edgy sense of humor, that the platform will just kind of fall apart and we'll end up seeing it get replaced? How long is that going to take? I'm curious. You tell me down below. It also helps me out in the algorithm because that's engagement, and I like engagement. You can also help me by commenting, or not commenting, by liking the video, or subscribing, ringing the bell icon to turn on all notifications so YouTube tells you when I go live or I upload a new video or anything like that. You can also follow my social medias linked down below, including my Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, fan Discord, etc. And of course, if you want to see more from me online that is not on the website you're watching on now, you can, that's the wrong bit. Cherry, cut that bit out. I fucked up the outro. Cut that bit out. If you want to support me financially and you've got the money for it and you don't need it for anything else, you can always donate, subscribe, or gift a sub to me on my website by hitting one of the buttons up there on the top left. Or you can support me on YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, or Patreon. But with all that said, thank you so much for watching, and have a good one. That was a good segment. Bye, YouTube. Alright, I gotta pee, so I'm gonna go pee really quick. And then, actually, I'm gonna go pee and then I'm gonna grab a snack, because I am a little bit hungry. So yeah, I'm going... That's weird how the video cut. Oh, it's because I hit stop recording, and it does that. Nice cat towers, and it's been there for a while. How have you guys not noticed that cat tower in the background of my streams for, like, the entire time I've been in this room? I don't know. I'm gonna go grab a snack and pee really fast. I will be right back, and then we're gonna hop right into the next segment. I also want to say, nearly 500 people watching right now. Hot damn. Thank you all so much for coming out today. I love seeing so many people coming out and just hanging out in the chat and just being kind and lovely and being part of the community. I just love seeing y'all. Alright, I will be right back. I just hit my headset on the side of the door while I was coming in. Like, just kind of whacked it, because it kind of protrudes out way more than my, actual head does. So I'm not used to having to open the door as wide as I should, and I was worried I broke it. This headset's actually been pretty durable so far. I don't know if it's going to survive the move, though. That's what I worry about. Is this thing going to survive the move to Seattle? Because, like, I'm going to fall asleep wearing it, listening to something... in a car seat, pretty much, most likely. Maybe I'll stop at a hotel, who knows. So, like, or a plane seat, who knows. So, like, there's just a lot of, every time I've ever fallen asleep wearing a headset or earbuds, it didn't end well for the headset or earbuds. It ended very not well for headset and earbuds every time. Oh god, I just kind of like twisted my finger a little bit. It kind of hurt. Let me open this. Yes. These things are amazing. These are, what are these? Chocolate chip mini muffins. Simple. Little chocolate chip mini muffins. They're amazing. Why are y'all in chat talking about furries? Why are y'all furry pilled? Procrastinating doing my schoolwork? Well, you could just do your schoolwork while listening to my stream. My dulcet tones and my voice will kind of help, I guess, lessen the boredom. You know, I never liked school or schoolwork, you know? But ironically enough, what I do now is actually a lot like being in school. I'm doing a lot of studying and research and, like studying for a debate or studying for, like, discussing a particular segment feels a lot like studying for a test. It really does. Writing scripts for videos feels like I'm writing an essay for homework a little bit. Alright, let me finish this one, and then we'll be able to get back on that horse. Bosch fans in chat soying right now. We gotta get Vosh to play Red Dead Redemption 2 on stream, guys. If I am able to get anything to happen when I move up to Seattle, it's gonna be every time I meet Vosh in person, I'm gonna be like, hey man, we need to stream Red Dead Redemption 2? Because we need to see his reaction to the dynamic horse cock and balls. Did you guys know about that? In RDR2, your horse will have, like, shrinkage if you walk it into, like, cold running water. It's real. You ride your horse into, like, cold water in, like, a snowy area, and your horse's balls will shrink. It's hilarious. It is one of the best features I've ever seen in a game. It is really funny. He said he wasn't going to play God of War on stream, sadly, Zan. Oh no, we're gonna keep bullying him. It has dick physics. I mean, I don't know if it has physics for, like, the dick flopping around or anything. But I know the balls, like, I know the balls get shrinkage. It's a pretty great game. Yeah, they have a whole dynamic horsecock system. I hope Hightail has that. Otherwise, we'll never get Vosh to play it if it doesn't have dynamic horsecock. Alright. Holly, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. It's really kind of you. Thank you, thank you. Thanks for the $5. I guess I am officially a Zan Stan now. Thank you. Welcome to the Zan Stan Club. That is actually a pretty good name for it. Zan Stan. We could probably work with that. Dynamic horsecock system. Yes, we've been working for months now on our state-of-the-art dynamic horsecock rendering system. You see, we use nanite to allow more polygons, dynamic LODs with polygons, and then we also like I don't even know. Like I'm trying to talk like a game developer would. All right. Do I draw Zan as a horse for his persona then? If you draw me as any type of animal for a persona, I might just ban you. That might just have to happen. I'm sorry. I might cringe too hard. Nah, I'm just kidding. I would cringe, but I wouldn't ban you. Notice the subsurface scattering on the wrinkles of the balls? That's nanite? Real. Canonically, isn't he a hedgehog? What are we talking about right now? Oh, because the Shadow the Hedgehog onesie? Don't mess with us furry artists, Zan. Please don't draw me as a furry. If anything, like... Okay. If anything, like, draw me like, rejecting furryism, right? Like, draw me, like, rejecting a furry suit being offered to me, right? Like, I've been offered the sacred fursuit, but, like, I'm rejecting it. So that way you can actually, like, make there be a fursona in the fursuit, but I'm not actually wearing it in the image. And I'm like, no. It's more accurate, too. Your art should imitate life. Forced furryization. No! No! Alright. Next topic. Okay. It's time to talk about the absolute batshit Andrew Tate stands. Alright guys, I've got a video reaction we're gonna do, okay? Let me rewind this. Nice, nice. Alright. Y'all know what to do. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Alright, everybody, so we've been following the story of Andrew Tate for a little while now, okay? From his massive rise on TikTok and the YouTube Shorts algorithm to being, like, the head MRA, red pill, MGTOW, woman-hating, pro-rape kind of guy, right? Like, the top guy, all right? All the 12-year-old boys who hate women and feel like they should have lost their virginity already love Andrew Tate, right? He was their guy. And then, of course, we followed a little bit of his downfall, right? People started to sort of see through the veneer of what he was pulling. We started to see more public figures calling him out for the disease-ridden, disgusting pig that he is. And over time, you know, we started to see a lot more of the internet kind of turn around on him and see him more negatively. And the idea of an Andrew Tate stan, an Andrew Tate fan, started to become a stereotype, a negative internet stereotype. And making a negative internet stereotype out of a type of right-wing guy online, and that becoming prevalent and known and made fun of online, is very, very good for the left. That was very good. And things got even more escalated in a positive direction when Andrew Tate, who, let's be honest here, I think we all kind of knew was a rapist. He'd, like, admitted to doing sex trafficking and rape and bragging about how he had moved to Romania to avoid being prosecuted for sex trafficking, rape, and sexual assault and sexual harassment. Like, he basically admitted to all of it and then bragged about how nobody could get him multiple times when we featured this. Like, you could argue that not only was Andrew Tate a public professional rapist, but also a rape enthusiast who did it as a side, you know, hustle hobby as well, outside of his professional full-time raping. So with that said, Cherry's gonna have a real fun time, you know, editing and censoring all of this, all these keywords here for monetization. Yeah, Andrew Tate, like, I think we all kind of knew, but we didn't know, right? Because, you know, no charges, no people coming forward as far as we were aware at the time, at least as far as most of us were aware at the time. But then, a couple of weeks ago, Andrew Tate and his brother Tristan Tate's big fucking compound was raided by the Romanian police. And he was taken into custody along with his brother, Tristan Tate, and they found a whole separate building, if I recall correctly, that was filled with cam girls that they were having, you know, that they had basically coerced and were keeping against their will and forcing to do sex work online for their financial benefit. Essentially, not only were Andrew and Tristan Tate doing pimping, but they were also doing sex trafficking. They were forcefully and wrongfully imprisoning these women, attracting them and coercing them under false pretenses, using a method called the lover boy method, where you pretend like you want to be in a relationship, I guess, and you reel them in. Really horrific shit they were pulling. It's just objectively evil. And the only way that you can defend this is if you are young, impressionable, and brainwashed into the top G cult enough to believe that this is all made up. And unfortunately, many of these people believe in simulation theory. I know that this is going to be sort of bizarre to a lot of you guys, but a lot of Andrew Tate fans, including Elon Musk fans as well, they believe in something called simulation theory. They believe that there is a very high, if not guaranteed, chance that our entire reality is a simulation, that it's basically a video game, and that none of it matters, and that all that matters is to basically have fun in it and maximize your score, so to say, like it's a video game. They've literally said they treat their lives like a video game because they think their lives are video games. They think they're invincible. They think they are the main characters in the Matrix fighting their way to success, right? And everything's basically set for them to succeed, and all that get in their way are evil, right? It's a massive inflated ego thing. Like, obviously, these guys have massive egos, and a lot of it's probably a front they put up to, you know, woo, I think the term is, like, swoon, you know, fatherless dudes. Anyway, with all that said, a bunch of stuff has come out about Andrew Tate since he was detained. One of those things being some leaked audio. And apparently some of the stuff said in said leaked audio is pretty bad. So we're going to be reacting to a 7-minute long video by a channel that I really like. I actually watch a fair amount of his videos. They're pretty good. Called CLR Bruce Rivers. He's just a criminal lawyer that just makes pretty good content. He basically talks about a lot of stuff happening in the, you know, the sphere of pop culture, online and offline, and gives a lawyer's perspective, kind of like Legal Eagle, only he was a criminal lawyer, and I only saw a little bit of this. It came up in my recommended, and I only watched a little bit of this, but this guy goes hard on Andrew Tate, and he's a lawyer, and he's bringing up all the legal, like, info and the receipts and everything. I think we should watch this video, but before we do, I'm gonna go ahead and link it in chat, and I highly recommend you check out this channel. It is fucking amazing. Not all of the videos are hits, necessarily. I haven't seen all of them, but the ones that I have seen have been great. So, yeah. Let's check this out. This kind of breaks down a lot of the new stuff that's come out, including that leaked audio. And oh boy, that leaked audio. I love his intro.
Hi, this is Bruce Rivers. Welcome to another fun-filled, quick episode of... What is this? Oh, it's Criminal Lawyer Reacts, CLR. I'm Bruce Rivers, board-certified criminal defense lawyer, coming to you live with my Pearl Hale.
Better Call Saul! I feel like I feel like there is a stereotype of lawyers having this sort of gravelly voice. You know, this sort of gravelly car salesman voice this guy's got going on. Saul also has it going on. You know, like sort of the graveliness there. Maybe it just kind of sounds more distinguished. And that's why, like, car salesmen and lawyers will put that kind of tone on.
Pistol cufflinks given to me by our content genius, Michael Rivers. So today, it's going to be a quick video. So remember we talked in our last video on the gift that keeps on giving, Andrew Tate, about certain text messages. We're going to talk about that in a second, but before we do, let's say you're Andrew Tate and you need to get your medical records over to the prison staff and you don't know how to sign a release of information.
Hey, we got the sponsor. Let's go. I mean, I guess if the sponsor's good. Hey, do you guys want to know what... I don't want to get stun locked here, but I found another scam-ish sponsorship that's going around on YouTube, and I was really interested in this in this product when I saw it. I might do a segment on it. We'll see. I'll talk about it later.
Well, you're in custody, but you have a laptop, and they send you a document, and you e-sign it, so you don't have to leave your cell because everybody else wants to do what they want to do to you. And you're able to get those release of medical records so you can pretend you have some kind of condition so you can get out of that prison cell because it just sucks. You go to esign.com, get the app, you get 3 signatures a month for free. If you do that, you'll be good to go. You can do it for anything else, retainer agreement or business agreement or any kind of.
We're gonna skip through the whole.
These women coming forward with these messages and you know, and I love everybody that comments, whether it's positive or negative. And we've, you know, and some of you guys, you know.
You're about to see the part where I stopped watching because I knew I had to watch this on stream.
You're just super loyal to Andrew Tate, and I think that's well. You got to have somebody that you're loyal to, right? Not me. I mean, am I biased? Yes, I'm biased. Because his words make me not like him. But that doesn't matter. Because what matters is, what is he going to face? All right? And what is the evidence out there? So I can give my opinion all day long. But does it really matter if the evidence is not there? Does it really matter if the evidence is there? Let's just give it to you straight. Remember, he says, I love you. Let's play. I haven't heard this, but and I know what you guys are going to say. I know what you people who have one ball in each hand.
You didn't like that I was thinking I can do whatever I want to. That's what it is. I'm the smartest person on this planet.
That's a voice recording controversial influencer Andrew Tate.
No.
Remember what I said about him having a massive ego? Remember what I said about everything Andrew Tate stands for comes from having a massive fucking ego? Here's what I want all of you guys to remember. A lot of success can come from confidence, right? Being confident that you will succeed and not letting doubt get to you, whether it be imparted by others or imparted by yourself, really does go a long way. I know it's stereotypical. I know. Oh, don't doubt yourself. Oh, believe in yourself. Keep pushing. I know it's really like stereotypical and everything, but like there's a reason why that's stereotypical advice, and it's because that is what everybody who's ever succeeded at their dreams and fought for it has done. They had adversity and, you know, people that pushed back on them, and, you know, they went through with it anyway.
Wait, man, that's AI.
Just know, if you think of yourself as highly as Andrew Tate does, nothing can stop you, all right? That he has gotten where he is in life mostly through just sheer massive ego and believing that he is the most powerful person on earth and no one can stop him. And it actually got him pretty far. All you have to do is not be a piece of shit and live like that, and you could probably live a pretty happy life.
AI! That's AI! There's no way he would even say that!
A woman in 2015. That audio, along with disturbing messages reading, quote, I loved raping you, are now coming to light as Tate faces sex trafficking charges overseas. Vice World News published the messages and voice notes allegedly made by Tate. And we want to warn you, they may be disturbing to some.
All right, you ready? Now, if you're saying this is AI, that would be a great defense. And here's the thing. You know, I've seen Elon Musk talk about how they have this AI, and maybe it is. But this is going into court. And if it is AI...
I will say, deepfake AI that can do voices is definitely pretty worrying and like pretty scary. I do think that there's a chance, there's probably like an Andrew Tate like voice AI out there, but like we listened to the audio. I've listened to it a few times, and like you can hear him breathing, and you can hear him like pausing and doing small stutters. It's like very clear that's Andrew Tate talking over the phone angrily. And condescendingly, probably to a woman, I think.
You're going to have to prove it, because it'll be almost presumed that it's the real deal, because you have to have somebody lay foundation.
Voice AI is detectable, so it doesn't matter. Honestly, Hawkon, you're probably right. I actually saw a really interesting documentary, not recently, but a while ago, where law enforcement can use the sound emitted by there's like electromagnetic frequencies emitted by telephone wires that you can't really hear unless you really listen for it, and most of it is in frequencies humans can't hear, but it is picked up by your speakerphone or by your camera or by like whatever you might use to record audio and video. And so police can use video and audio that can pick up that audio to figure out where in relation to what power line that video or audio is taken. So they could do things like that to determine whether or not the audio is fake. Is there any, like, ambient, like, electrical interference that would be caused by a real phone call being picked up, right? No, that's real. I'm not even joking. That is completely real.
That's how this works. So you can't just get a piece of evidence in just because you say it is what it is. Somebody's going to have to say, this is the recording of Andrew Tate, and it was sent to me. So whoever was the recipient of this, but let's listen.
Am I a bad person? Because the more you didn't like it, the more I enjoyed it.
Remember, that's exactly what I read to you.
That does not sound like AI reading a script. That sounds like somebody speaking. Granted, all the audio clips that exist of Andrew Tate are of him talking condescendingly and kind of yelly, like a little bit kind of yelling like that, but that sounded like it was expressing the amount of emotion valid for how angry he is, and I have not seen any AI voice software that is good at, like, emulating anger or levels of tone, you know?
To you in our last Mr. Tate video.
Loved.
It's also something you'd say. This is very clearly real audio. I'm just debunking anybody who wants to try to pretend that maybe this could be fake, though, but maybe it could be fake, though. Have you considered it could be fake? Yeah, it could be AI. Yeah, but it doesn't seem like it. Yeah, the Matrix got him. It is so bizarre to me that, like, the new grifter, like, piece of shit scam artist go-to defense now is like, oh, I've been caught. The Matrix has got me. And, like, Logan Paul did it. Andrew Tate did it. Like, Elon Musk believes in the Matrix as well, so I have no doubt that he'll jump on board with that if he hasn't already. Like, it's all piece of shit grifter billionaires and millionaires that just love screaming and whining about how the universe is actually a simulation, and the personifications of said simulation are specifically after them because they hate them. Because, of course, they're the main characters. They're the center of the simulation.
How much you hated it. Turned me on. Are you seriously so offended I strangled you a little bit?
A little bit? Are you seriously so offended?
I think I'd be offended if you strangled me a little bit. Now, keep in mind, some people like that. But if you're complaining about it, you probably don't have a safe word.
They don't like it non-consensually, though.
And you need one.
You didn't f***ing pass out. Chill the f*** out. Jesus Christ. I thought you were cool. What's wrong with you?
I thought you were cool, so I could put my hands around your neck so you could watch your eyes pop.
That is very clear manipulation. I've never heard a line so that was any more clearly manipulation. Come on, I thought you were cool. Because she doesn't want to have sex. Oh, man. Yeah, that's pretty much like page 1 of the book of, like, guilt-tripping a girl to try to have sex with you if you're, like, a piece of shit douchebag. Like, oh, what? I thought you were cool. You're not gonna fuck me? What do you mean? What? This is literal, like, nice guy simping, by the way. This is literally nice guy simping levels of creepiness from Andrew Tate. He's not an alpha. All of these, like, alpha, sigma, beta bitch boys are all just a bunch of fucking pussies. They're all pussies who use the internet to basically flaunt a non-existent level of strength and toughness and invincibility that they think they have that doesn't actually exist. Andrew Tate is one bad day from ending up just like the Joker. But no, in all seriousness, Andrew Tate, as he likes to say, would probably kill himself living one day in the average person's shoes. He's, it's already known where he got his money from. He was like, he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. Like, he came from wealth. So he never, like, had a struggle to fight through, right? He always was guaranteed some level of success, right? The extra success he has now has come from using said starter success to facilitate ways of exploiting people and harming other people for his own personal gain to grow said success. That has been the story of Andrew Tate's legacy.
And get petechiae all over the place.
And if I had actually hurt anybody, the Romanian police would have me in jail.
What? Now, is that AI? If I would have actually hurt anybody, Romanian police would have me in jail.
It's whatever they have to say at any given time, right? Like, look at Donald Trump, right? Donald Trump basically moved goalposts literal football fields in length throughout his presidency. How much goalpost moving can you think of that Donald Trump did? Like, on any given issue. He was a serial liar, and I would say bad at it, but because it was so effective, I have to admit he was actually good at it. Dumb people fell for it. And that was pretty much his base anyway, so he won his election until he didn't.
Where are you? I think you're in jail. Here's the thing. We've only seen just snippets. You know, and let's talk about the procedure a little bit. There's the evidence gathering stage, which is what we're in right now. And I've seen some comments, you know, where people say, well, you know, they've come back and they've said that they didn't do it. He hasn't had an opportunity to cross-examine anybody yet. Well, no, you wouldn't at this stage. This is the charging stage. It's the very beginning. You don't get your opportunity to cross-examine somebody.
My favorite thing is seeing the Andrew Tate stands, like saying Biden is responsible for this and saying, oh, I knew Trump was better. I knew Trump was better. He would have pardoned Andrew Tate. Fuck Biden. Oh, Trump would have pardoned Andrew Tate. Oh, it's like, like they clearly have no idea how the world works on a fundamental level. These are like teenagers who haven't even passed their first world history class yet. They think Biden has the ability to pardon Andrew Tate. That's the level of non-sentience that we're dealing with, chat. Non-sentience. There's no other word for it than non-sentience.
Before you testify, or before you get charged. You get charged, then you go through pretrial procedures. Maybe you have some motions. Maybe you make a motion saying that all these recordings are AI, and they're really not. And so you file a motion with the court. And then you bring the women in and you say, she says, no, he said this to me. And, you know, and these would have been recorded on WhatsApp and apparently sent to them. So they would have the recordings. And if they come in and lay foundation for him,
hey, a pillow.
It is an admission of a party opponent. So it comes in as his own statement. If it has sufficient indicia of reliability. That's kind of the standard. So this is just our little...
So basically what he's saying here is basically hammering in like 5 times over and over for all the dumb fuck Zoomer Andrew Tate fans watching that don't understand a single thing about the real world, which, you know, they're young, so it's given they wouldn't understand a lot about the real world, is that like, hey, people don't just go to jail and prison, typically, because someone online made up an accusation or an allegation. This is an online internet drama, okay? This is somebody who has been raided by the Romanian authorities, the authorities of one of the most corrupt countries in the world when it comes to allowing people to get away with what he is being charged with. Because the people in question, who he is kept against their will, one of them, I believe, was American, right? One of the girls was American. It's like literally detaining an American citizen illegally. Like, yeah, let's just say the police don't knock down your door and take you to jail on suspicion of sex trafficking in Romania because someone on the internet made up an allegation out of thin air, okay? Or because a few people made up allegations out of thin air, okay? They raided that fucking compound, all right? And you better believe they found shit. I cannot wait to see all of this come out. I hope they live stream the court. Can you imagine the content if they live stream the trial? Imagine the content, chat. You better believe I would be live streaming a reaction to that trial every goddamn minute of the Andrew Tate trials. Oh, lordy. Legendary.
Kind of follow-up to what we said before about these messages.
Oh, I remember I saw this on Twitter recently. Andrew Tate's lawyer is trying to take the Alex Jones defense of saying that Andrew Tate and all the stuff that he said, all the horrible stuff he's admitted to online, is all just a character. He's all just doing dramatic performance art in reality. And yeah, that's pretty funny. It's like the picture with the sickos guy looking through the window. It's me, I'm Sickos, real.
Messages. And so, because, you know, we report as we get information, and if it doesn't make sense, I'll tell you that. You know, do I like Andrew Tate? I think he's a pig, so what? But it doesn't mean that I'm not going to give it to you straight. I'm not going to lie to you.
He called Andrew Tate a pig as well. Holy shit, this guy doesn't miss. Hot damn.
About Andrew Tate. I'm going to give it to you the information that we have as we get it. And right now, we're going to have more and more and more and more of this stuff. Drip, 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 drip. The gift that keeps on giving. I'm Bruce Rivers. Thank you for watching us. Subscribe. Follow us on Instagram. Follow us on Twitter. Sign up for Patreon for crying out loud.
Hell yeah. Go support this channel, guys. Seriously, it's really good. I want to say, I think that it is imperative that the left take massive advantage of this, okay? I don't think you guys understand the way that the right takes advantage of seemingly innocuous events that pop up over like the timeline of our culture, things that are discussed, topics that become mainstream, how good the right is at co-opting them and turning them into another drop in the bucket in a pool of propaganda, so to say, that is meant to push people in a certain direction, right? So for example, think about the Little Mermaid trailer release, right? That trailer came out, and let's just say it wasn't very impressive, all right? It was not exactly a very impressive showcase of the movie. Regardless of how that movie turns out, a lot of people were disappointed by it, regardless of like race swapping or anything, right? Here's the thing though. People who were upset by it for no real like harmful reason, who just thought it didn't look great, would be surrounded by other people who also didn't like it. But their reasoning for not liking it would be that Hollywood has gone woke, and here's a bunch of arguments for why this race swapping is actually a sign of an endemic problem in Hollywood and in our media that is actually destroying its quality and our ability to enjoy it, and pretty soon all media will be like this, awful, woke, and tailored towards these demographics that you don't like. And it's a very effective propaganda strategy. Just every single thing that crops up. A new game comes out, such as Hogwarts Legacy. They will find a way to twist it into being a benefit culturally for the right. The right basically lives off of these tiny puffs of fuel to their fire that are these like culture war issues that they manage to dredge up, or they manage to attach themselves to when it comes to any given, you know, talked about topic, right? They're cultural parasites. It's a really good wording, Flighted Crow. They are cultural parasites. What I think the left needs to get good at doing is taking advantage of things like Andrew Tate, possibly the most prominent misogynist of our time, besides maybe Donald Trump. Although I'd say because, you know, I'd say, yeah, Donald Trump's probably bigger than Andrew Tate. But outside of Donald Trump, the biggest and most influential misogynist of our time, the biggest and most influential fascist, I'd say Andrew Tate's a fascist, of our time, is currently behind bars and being charged with sex trafficking, okay? We need to take advantage of this and make sure that everybody knows that this is what the right stands for. Not that this is what Andrew Tate stands for, not that this is what Andrew Tate's fans or his friends stand for, but that this is what the right stands for, what the entire community of content creators that are either loosely or strongly connected stand for. You guys realize we're in it, right? Hey guys, remember that video that I made back in the day? You guys remember that video from a little while ago? Let's see, Xander Hall. I got a lot of hate on this video from a year ago. Whole lot of hate. Why LeftTube is dying and the next anti-SJW wave is rising. Uploaded 1 year ago. Got a lot of hate on this video. In fact, I still have a lot of comments that are hate brigaders from Noah Sampson's video that are still coming in to hate comment on it. I guess I appreciate the boost in the algorithm. This video is a year old, and it predates the rise of Andrew Tate or Matt Walsh's massive push against the trans community, or the massive rise in legislation against LGBT people throughout America. It also predates the I don't think it predates Jan 6. It predates the Brazil Jan 8 thing or Jan 7 thing. Or Gen 8th, yeah, it was Gen 8th. I believe it also predates the, what was another big thing that happened for the right? I'm pretty sure the Supreme Court got rid of Roe v. Wade after this video. I'm pretty sure this video was losing Roe v. Wade. So I'm still getting hate for this video, by the way. I mean, on Twitter, as of like a few days ago, I still get hate for this video. But what I warned of, the next anti-SJW wave, the next cultural dominance of the right wing that is, I guess you could say, akin to the time of Gamergate, we're in it. Have you not noticed that we're in it? Noah Samson should be ashamed. He's not. He's not even slightly ashamed. And he never will be. Yeah, I don't miss. No, I really don't miss. People who disagree with me tend to miss all the time, or at least they miss. Generally speaking, if somebody that you like disagrees with me, they're missing. They are actively missing. That you need to put them on a milk carton in the grocery store for people to see a little picture of them because they are actively missing. Anyway, with all that said, I think that the left needs to get better at taking advantage of cultural events and basically pushing our narrative the same way the right does. Fight fire with fire. I'm tired of basically watching as the left continuously falls down the same trap of they go low, we go high. No, sometimes taking the high road is not best. Sometimes not politicizing something that isn't necessarily political isn't best. I don't know. That's my 2 cents. You guys can comment down below what you think. I'm really excited to hear what you guys think of this issue and what your opinion is. But with all that said, thank you so much for watching, regardless of how long you did, what you did, or if you enjoyed it or not. I really do appreciate your viewership. And if you want to support me, you can also drop a like on the video. You can subscribe and ring the bell icon to turn on all notifications so YouTube tells you when I go live or I upload a new video. You can also follow all of my social medias so you can see what I'm talking about and what I'm doing on other platforms that aren't the one you're watching me on right now, such as my my Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, fan Discord, etc., all linked down below. And of course, if you want to support me financially and you've got the money for it and you don't need it for anything else, you can always support me financially by donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, by hitting one of those 2 buttons up there on the top left, or supporting me financially through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, StreamElements, or Patreon. With all that said, thank you so much for watching, and have a good one. That was a great segment, I'd say. What do you guys think of that segment? How'd that come out? Huh. My ankle's killing me now. What the fuck? Let's go. New joint pain. Oiler? Oh my god! Oh my god, we did get an Oiler. Holy crap! Oh my lord. Holly Heartsong, thank you for the $100 donations, $100 donation flat. God damn, thank you. That is extremely generous of you. I really appreciate that. That does not go unappreciated, I assure you. And all you included was a little link to a little bunny. Look at the little bunny. It's giving a little lick. Look at the lick. Look, it's blepping. Oh my god, it's blepping! That is so fucking cute. That is absurdly cute. That is possibly the best pet pic we've ever gotten. I'm gonna be honest. That adorable little blepping bunny might actually be the cutest pet pic we've gotten on the stream before. I don't know if anyone could beat this. That might actually be the top. Genuinely. Best dono of all time? Best dono of all time, 100%. Thank you, Holly Heartsong. I really appreciate the $100. That is overwhelmingly kind of you, and that bunny picture is amazing. I hope that's your pet bunny, because you deserve to have a bunny that cute, that you get to snuggle every day. I hope you get to snuggle that bunny all the time, because that is adorable. Jade Monkey, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that as well. Thank you for the $5. Said, wait, was I white? Damn it, chat. You should have warned me. Yeah, we got some white names in chat today. It's rough. It's a tragedy, even. So many white names. Y'all gonna do something about your names being so white? You just gonna sit there and let it happen. Goose Juice, thank you for the $5 donation via Streamlabs, I really appreciate that. It's very kind of you. Said, hey Zan, I recently came out to my Muslim parents. I told them I still love them and Allah, that dick that is... Wait. Hey Zan, I recently came out to my Muslim parents. I told them I still love them and Allah, that dick... all of that dick that is... Damn, dude. You got me. That was actually pretty good. That was actually pretty fucking good. That was a really good Ligma joke. You earned that. You absolutely earned that. You've gained my respect for that one. All of this dick. That was great. You led me in thinking it was going to be like a wholesome story about somebody coming out to their like Muslim parents as gay, and like their parents were like, oh yeah, we don't care. It's all good. And instead it leads into a fucking all of this dick joke. Absolutely. Thank you. We needed that. We needed that in our lives. I don't know what we'd have done without it. Rare funny Zan stan? Yeah, we get the occasional funny Zan stan in here. Damn, Zan, your hair? I know, it's so ridiculous right now. I need a fucking haircut. I tried so hard to brush it and keep it down, but it's gotten too big. Zan, if I ever made you a counterpart for the Lost Nexus, you would still be elf. You would still be elf to some degree, maybe a vampire. Like, even though they're furries in that story, you honestly don't fit them. Yeah, I don't really think I fit any furry aesthetic or vibe at all, which is why I'm pretty much, it makes sense that I'm not a furry. So, you guys want me to be one, but it's just not gonna happen. Alright. I actually do need to get some water. Xanderhall, Romanian prosecutors leaked a bunch of evidence in the form of text and conversation transcripts. There's video covering it.
So, Andrew Tate says, you're not stupid, and he's talking...
we already went over a video talking about it. Also, Abba and Preach are very hit and miss with their takes. Yes, I love corruption in my favor. Let's fucking go. Wait, what corruption? What happened? What happened, Apillo? What corruption? The leaking of clips? Ah. Yeah, the fact that they're leaking stuff is a pretty good sign that, like, they want the internet to follow this and know that he's gonna get fucking destroyed. I hope they make an example of him. I really do. I hope they make a massive example of Andrew Tate. It would be so epic if they put him in, like, for 20 years, 25 years, 30 years, maybe. Like, just basically the rest of his life, effectively. Just lock him away till he dies, pretty much. How epic would that be? In like a maximum security Romanian prison. Yeah! Max security Romanian prison for Andrew Tate. That's what he needs. Alright. I will be back. I'm gonna go pee and grab another bottle of water, because I'm out. Should I get another monster as well? I feel like I might want to grab another monster. No. No. Don't do it? Yeah, you're probably right. I'm just gonna get a water instead and get more stoned instead of get caffeinated. That's always a good solution. Hey, chat. Do we actually know the answer to how many woods a woodchuck would chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? I never got an answer to that question as a kid. I feel like I deserve it, you know? Oof. Yeah, sounds like a lot of us did not get a consistent answer, huh? About 42? What is a woodchuck? Is it like a offshoot of like a beaver? Is it like 0.00002 DNA percentage points away from being a beaver? It's like a gopher. Ah. You know something that I found out that was really interesting? Apparently some scientists managed to preserve a computer virus's code in human DNA and then use another computer to sequence said DNA and infect said computer with the virus that way. I don't know how exaggerated that was or what like the you know, what the what's it called? What the catch is, I guess, like what part of that story is a little bit more exaggerated or what step they left out that makes it less cool. But it sounds interesting. It sounds pretty dope if that's actually what happened. All right. Let me find our next topic. Or the links, I should say, because Cherry sends them to me very generously. Oh, here we go. Let us see. Let us see. Let us see. What do I have here? Critical. Oh, that's a good topic. But that's not what I want to cover yet. Well. Alright. I know what to talk about. No Zomboid today. No, we're just doing politics. One giant politics stream. All right. Crack my neck. And crack my back. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Extra, oh, yeah. Okay. Time for another one. All right. You guys know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, so this is something that I'm not exactly proud of as a Floridian. For those of you guys that don't know, I'm currently in California, currently saving up money to move to Washington State, which is exactly on the opposite side of the country from Florida. The only further place I could go in America away from Florida would be Alaska. I'm basically escaping entirely away from this desolate land. However, as of late, Florida has gotten super duper fashy. I'm gonna be honest, there's no other way of putting it, okay? So, for those of you guys that don't know, and I imagine many of you guys in chat may not be Americans, and so I think it's important to give you guys some pretty basic context that I think a lot of American viewers would just sort of already know baseline, and a lot of American content creators would just sort of assume everyone knows, but I know I've got a lot of international viewers, so I will clarify this. So many boomer Americans move to Florida to retire. I want you to think about this. Lots and lots of white, old, wealthy enough to retire white people, I probably said white twice, retire to Florida. Okay? Now, I don't want to throw any shade or do any ageism here, okay? I don't hate anybody because of their age or anything like that, or their race, obviously. However, I think it's safe to say, yes, Florida is Queensland. That is a very good comparison. Minimum volts. My Australian friend, by the way, I know drop bears are fake, you fucking motherfucker. I know they're fake. I looked it up. I figured it out. I know they're fake. You can't fool me, you Australian son of a bitch. So, basically, yeah, it's like Queensland. Florida is the Queensland of America, all right? And all of the bogans, if you're an Australian, you know what that term means, all of the bogans of America basically like to congregate to Florida and sometimes Texas. Texas is pretty big as well. But Florida recently has become the most, I would say, has actually pulled ahead of Texas in how horrific their policy has been. So the current governor of Florida is Ron DeSantis, who is just one guy in a long line of demonic Floridian governors. Like, let me just tell you, the last governor Florida had, Rick Scott, literally looked like Voldemort. Let me show you a picture of this guy. Rick Scott. I don't know if this guy's, like, politically relevant anymore, if he's still doing anything. He probably is, but, like, he's 70. But, like, tell me this isn't actually Voldemort. Harry Potter! You've come to die! Harry Potter! Am I wrong, though? Dude thinks he's Voldemort. I actually met this guy in person at the science fair when I was a kid. I got to shake his hand and I squeezed as hard as I could. Look at his neck. I know, it looks like you could fuck that neck hole. It looks like you could fuck that neck hole he has there. My streams are amazing. All right. Okay, listen. We need to get back on topic. All right, back on topic. Did he get his Adam's apple removed? Maybe. All right. Back on topic. Back on that neck is NSFW. Stop. You guys can't keep producing bangers about this man's neck. I don't know how I didn't notice his neck in person. You know, maybe it was more normal back then. Anyway. Florida has only gotten worse, okay? Ron DeSantis, the demonic current governor of the state, has said, and I quote, "Florida is where woke comes to die." Amazing line. Amazing line. And when you consider the fact that, like, most conservatives, when they say woke, they mean brown people and, like, minorities and whatnot, and, like, gay people and stuff, I think it's pretty clear what the message is there. Hey, do you guys remember the Southern strategy? Here, let me give you guys a little bit of an update. Southern strategy. Come on. Strategy. There we go. The Southern strategy. In American politics, the Southern strategy was a Republican Party electoral strategy to increase political support among white voters in the South by appealing to racism against African Americans. This is just Southern strategy shit, all right? Now, possibly the most overt and insane examples of this has come about very recently with a story from The Guardian that, well, I'm just going to read it to you guys. I think it comes with a video as well. Man arrested at gunpoint in DeSantis voter fraud crackdown, video shows. In August, armed officers descended on homes of two men accused of illegally voting. Heavily armed Florida police officers descended on the homes of two men accused of illegally voting and arrested one of them at gunpoint as part of Governor Ron DeSantis' crackdown on voter fraud. New body camera footage obtained by The Guardian can reveal. Both men were in their underwear, unarmed, and placed in handcuffs as police arrested them in front of their Miami-Dade County homes on 18th of August. "Let me put on my pants," Ronald Miller, 58, said shortly before noon, when he opened the door to find police officers surrounding his home, their guns pointed at him. "What happened?" he asked as officers instructed him to come outside, their guns still trained on him. As they placed him in handcuffs, agents noted that Robert Wood had taken a long time to answer the door when they knocked on it. "I was asleep," he said. The Guardian obtained video of both arrests through public records requests with the Miami-Dade Police Department, which assisted with executing warrants for both men. Both Wood and Miller declined to be interviewed. Miller's attorney, Robert Barr, described the video of his client's arrest as abominable. I think they're trying to make an example of him because he's black. It's horrible, he said. The videos add to mounting scrutiny over the arrests of 19 Floridians in August, including Miller and Wood, who were accused of voter fraud. Hours after Miller and Wood were arrested, DeSantis held a press conference heralding the work of a new statewide agency tasked with investigating voter fraud, saying those accused would pay the price. Hey, by the way, should clarify, those accused would pay the price. That's just a fash speech. That's just fascism right there. Get the fuck out of Florida. There's no other advice I can give other than get the fuck out of Florida. No more delaying. They're doing it. It's happening in Florida. Get the fuck out of there. Get the fuck out. I grew up in that state, and I've seen that there are sundown towns in Florida. I've seen them, okay? And if you don't think those sundown towns won't turn into sundown militias when they feel that Ron DeSantis has made it possible for that to happen, you are delusional. You go outside of a major city in Florida, you drive on those back roads, you're seeing fucking shacks with giant flagpoles with Confederate flags on them. The flagpole and Confederate flags in front of these houses are worth more than the houses, okay? I need you to imagine that, okay? The majority of these places you'll drive past, the Confederate flagpoles out front are nicer looking and are worth more than the houses they are in the yards of. I'm a Floridian, can confirm. Every Floridian here can confirm. Get the fuck out of Florida. There's nothing else I can say. Arm yourself and get the fuck out of Florida. The videos add to mounting scrutiny over the arrests of 19 Floridians in August, including Miller and Wood, who were accused of voter fraud. Hours after Miller and Wood were arrested, DeSantis held a press conference heralding the work of a new statewide agency tasked with investigating voter fraud, saying those accused would pay the price. 14 of those arrested were black. No shit. Voter fraud is exceedingly rare in the United States. In fact, Republicans have failed to prove it happens on any substantial level ever in American history, as far as I'm aware. But Republican lawmakers in several states, like Florida, have beefed up units charged with investigating it. Several voting experts said they could not recall seeing another case in which someone accused of voter fraud was arrested at gunpoint. Quote unquote, we've been seeing a lot of arrests in recent months for voting issues here in the state, but I have not seen guns drawn in that manner, quote unquote, said Niels Voles, the deputy director of the Florida Rights Restoration Coalition, which works with people with felony convictions to help them get their voting rights back. The videos, he said, were alarming and heartbreaking. A spokesman of the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, FDLE, the agency that oversaw the arrest, did not provide details for why such a heavy police presence was used. Arrest warrants planning and tactics are dictated by a number of factors to include the subject's criminal history and other officer and public safety concerns, David Fierro, an FDLE spokesperson, said in an email. Videos obtained by The Guardian and the Tampa Bay Times showing other people arrested in the sweep do not show a similarly heavily armed presence. Miller and Wood were both convicted of second-degree murder more than 30 years ago. Ah, so that's why, because they had a prior criminal record 30 years ago. That's why they were able to justify rolling up with such a massive amount of, firepower and behave that way. A crime that causes you to permanently lose your voting rights in Florida. Wait, he's a felon. He can't vote. Wait, you can't vote if you're a felon. Wait. Did he even vote? They had both long completed their sentences for those charges and were not aware they were permanently barred from voting. Their lawyers said, oh, they had voted not knowing they couldn't. Oh, that's a rookie mistake. Ah. Hell, even I forgot that one, that felons can't vote. But yeah, I actually found out about that, or it kind of became more of like a known thing to me with FPS Russia getting arrested for his weed possession. For those of you guys that don't know, massive YouTuber from back in the day, FPS Russia, had bought some weed and had it mailed to him. He lives in Georgia, by the way. He lived in Georgia, so of course, very right-wing, anti-weed state, right? And he got some weed delivered, and the ATF was not a big fan of his content online, and they wanted an excuse to raid his house and take him down, so they raided his house, and they tried to get him on a bunch of false charges having to do with his gun possession and his weapon possession, but they actually couldn't really get him on that very strongly, so they ended up offering a plea deal to just possession with intent to distribute marijuana. And he took it, and he got 60 days, I believe it was, in a federal prison camp in like Alabama or something, and now he can't vote. And it's like, God, that's so fucking stupid. That's so stupid. Because, like, until you find that out, and I don't know how you find that out, because I'm not a felon, and I've never been in that position, like, you would just assume, like, I'm an American, I can vote. The state voted to let felons vote, and Ron undid it right around the election time. Oh, wait, you're right, I forgot about that! You're completely right! The state had a previous law that allowed them to vote in state elections, and Ron DeSantis changed it recently. They weren't in the know about the recent law change. Unfortunately, from a legal standpoint, that probably won't go anywhere because one of the most notorious things they drill into your head is ignorance of the law is not an excuse. But morally speaking, like if we're going to judge someone morally for doing something, if they thought something was legal because it was legal a few months ago, but now it's illegal a few months later, and it's a crime that doesn't hurt anybody, then, yeah, this is very clearly just Ron DeSantis trying to find excuses to, like, mobilize against brown people voting, because brown people don't typically vote for Republicans. When law enforcement decides to make an arrest, there's a calculation that goes, oh yeah, we already read that one. If you do that, and you see that there's a very low risk of violence, showing up heavily armed is not what we would recommend, she said. If police suspect that they've committed a crime, and now they're going to make an arrest, which is a highly tense situation, they may think just an abundance of caution, we're just going to be more heavily armed. So this is them explaining themselves, like, oh, well, we were worried, you know, they had priors, right? Larry Davis, Wood's lawyer, questioned why such a strong use of force was required to detain his client for a non-violent crime. He noted that Wood had consented to a voluntary interview with FDLE agents just 10 days before police showed up at his door with guns. Miller agreed to a similar interview. Miller and Wood's prior criminal histories doesn't excuse the tremendous armed presence to detain people for a non-violent crime, said Blair Bowie, an attorney at the Campaign Legal Center who specializes in voting rights issues for people with felonies. These folks have been through the criminal legal system. That system has deemed them safe and eligible to live in their community and integrate and be citizens again. So that kind of force and show of force and drama is not justified on the basis of their past crimes, she said. Unfortunately, the Republicans have a very easy defense here, right? Like, think about it. Cops will literally pin an unarmed black man on the street down and, like, kill him, and he will scream, please, I'm dying. As they're doing it, it will be caught on video and go viral. And Republicans will still find some roundabout, super fucking 4D chess way of figuring out how actually this is all a false flag. It wasn't the cop's fault. Actually, it was the black person's fault. And it's just because, I don't know, man, black people just can't not die when cops are in their presence. I don't know. It's not the cop's fault. Like, I don't know. It's just... It's very clear. It's very clear that they can just point to, in this case, like, oh, well, they did homicide 30 years ago, so yeah, this is justified. This would be a hard hill for a lefty to attack this mobilization against voting on. Here's the video, though. Maybe like that's so loud. Maybe the way they go about conducting this arrest is so like abhorrent that it's just like, okay, yeah, this is horrific.
We got one in this room over here. Miami-Dade police, open the door. Go open the door. Go open the door. Come outside, man. Let me talk to you for a second. Hold on, put him up there. Come here. Come outside for a second. Step out. Come outside. Come outside. Step out. Come outside. Come outside.
Come over here.
Come outside.
Come out. Take a seat right over here.
Come on, sit. I'm like I put there. Sit on the next seat right there. Sit up.
Take a seat.
What happened? You got to come with us. Come on, put on some pants.
Don't you just love that in America, while you're like showering or like buck-ass naked getting dressed or sleeping in your underwear or whatever, you could just get like a banging at your door, or hell, even just wake up to a cop holding pointing a gun at you through your window pane, screaming at you to go open the door, and that's the way you wake up. That is there is, at all times, when you're an American, a non-zero chance that happens. The cops make mistakes all the fucking time. And guess what? Typically, unless the video or proof of it goes viral, typically the cops are very good at burying that shit. They're very good at burying it. Cops do false warrants. They raid houses without a warrant, or they get illegal warrants that aren't proper all the fucking time. They do no-knock warrant. Like, there's all sorts of filthy little tactics the cops use that can affect at any time you, no matter what, regardless of innocence. Like, could just happen. Hell, remember that story about the kid who swatted the guy that he was getting like bullied in a game by, or whatever, was getting destroyed by in a game, and he swatted the guy that he was playing with, but he made a mistake and accidentally sent the SWAT team to the neighbor next door who was completely unaffiliated, and the SWAT team like threw like a flash grenade through the window into a crib. I think you can guess what happened to the baby. It was a pretty horrific incident. I'm pretty sure those are the same story. I might have mixed it up. But yeah, that happened. A SWAT team went to the wrong house and threw a flash grenade through a window into a baby's crib with the baby in it. And it was the wrong house.
Come with y'all for what? I'll explain it to you once you get dressed. Let's get on the set. Make it work.
Took you a minute to answer the door. You're sleeping? I got another set.
I like how the majority of these cops all fit this, like, these guys all have the biggest fucking power tripping, especially Florida cops, okay? Like, holy fuck. Florida cops are, like, possibly the worst cops. You'll notice, by the way, I'm pretty sure this guy is actively wearing a sports jersey. I don't know if you guys can tell, but this cop right here is wearing a casual sports jersey underneath his police vest. At least this guy is wearing, like, a t-shirt. And this guy's wearing a proper police uniform, it would look like. But this guy's wearing his fucking team jersey as he goes to arrest some black people for voter fraud. Oh, God. We're in the worst timeline, guys. We are objectively, canonically in the worst timeline. I don't know how my cushion kind of like slid out from under me. And under me.
They wanted one other plan, a pre-counting operation in 4 hours.
Like, I feel like it's strange that, like, this kind of reminds me of, like, the taxes thing, right? Where, like, TurboTax has like, lobbied the government to make it so that, this might be a myth, but, like, TurboTax, like, lobbied the government to make it so that, like, Americans had to file their own taxes, even though the government already knows how much money you make and everything. But instead of just giving you a check to pay, like, you owe us this much money based on how much money you made that we know you made. So just pay that and we're all good. Just wire a check for this much and you're all good. Like other countries, that's what they do. Other countries, they literally just take it out of your check. Like out of each paycheck, you just get a percentage taken out of it. But in America, they make you do it yourself. And this kind of reminds me of that, right? Where it's just like, they could just like say, oh, by the way, you're a felon. Are you aware that you're not able to vote when you go to register, and then just turn you away? But nah, they let you register to vote, and then they let you go to vote, and then they arrest you for it. Just to make things possibly like, just to make things harder for somebody who is, like, possibly making an honest mistake. Just to make sure. Also, I do want to say, I know that there's going to be a bunch of conservative, like, racist dick riders in the chat, or not in the chat, but in the comments. They're going to be like, well, they still broke the law. They were still felons. They still shouldn't be able to vote. I'm really curious. Like, maybe you're, like, a massive bootlicker and you get all of your moral prescriptions from the law, but I mean, like, ethically speaking, morally speaking, from an objective moral philosophy, what is wrong with criminals voting? What do you think? They're gonna, like, vote for the crime party? They're gonna vote to legalize rape and murder? Like, that's not a thing. Like, there is no real logical reason for why, like, felons should not be able to vote and have representation, other than because most people who are incarcerated in this country are non-white. The objective outcome is it means more non-white people aren't able to vote.
Little miscommunication. We thought you weren't coming. We thought you were.
You call, we coming. You want to go in or no? You don't know?
I do not miss the beating Florida sunlight. Despite the beating California sunlight not being much better. Yeah, so that's the whole video. Pretty fucking awful that these guys just kind of woke up to cops pointing a gun at them through the window. There's such better ways to handle, like, verifying that people... Because listen, chances are you might not know if you're a felon that you can't vote, especially if there was a recent law change. Also, there's nothing wrong with felons voting, morally speaking. This is just Ron DeSantis and the Republicans trying to justify a crackdown on voting rights towards basically any demographic they can. The more demographics that they can disenfranchise from voting, the more they can selectively disenfranchise people from said demographics, right? Because the goal isn't just to keep black people from voting, to be clear, right? Yes, they do want to disenfranchise black people broadly, and they do want to take away their rights and everything, but the goal isn't just to discount black votes. The ideal goal is to discount just the black Democrat votes. That's ideal for them, and to keep the black Republican votes. But they know that statistically, most black people, at least in Florida, vote Democrat rather than Republican, and with that in mind, they're like, you know what? Nah, let's just disenfranchise all black voters, because overall that will hurt the Democrats more than it will hurt the Republicans, and that is their strategy. It's very clear. According to Destiny, there isn't anything near as scary as a social worker trying to de-escalate things. Good one. Yeah, fascism is not a logical ideology. It's not coherent or consistent. Never look for consistency, or never look for things to make sense in fascism. That's not how fascism works. But with all of that said, if you enjoyed this segment, if it pleased you, if you had fun, if you enjoyed learning these things, if you are perhaps a Floridian and you feel a little bit, of catharsis with me talking about this, because I am also a Floridian, I can imagine that, then be sure to leave a like and to subscribe and ring the bell icon to turn on all notifications. You can also comment down below to tell me what you think of all of this and what you think is going to come of it, whether or not you think Ron DeSantis is going to win the 2024 election. If he wins the primaries, I don't know. We'll see what happens. With all that said, make sure to follow my social medias linked down below as well, including my Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, and fan Discord. And finally, if you want to support me financially directly and you've got the money for it and you don't need it for anything else, please consider supporting me financially on my website, xanderhall.com/live, either by donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub by hitting those buttons up there, or supporting me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, or Patreon. With all that said, thank you so much for watching, and have a good one. God, it's so hot in here. What the fuck? Hold on a second. I need to adjust my, my cushion here. Weiner? Turn on a fan? No. I don't have a fan in here. Plus, if I did turn on a fan, it would be like blowing and making a bzzz noise into the mic. Yeah, we're not doing any Zomboid today, don't worry. All politics today, all politics today. And then tomorrow we do Zamboid. No Zomboid. Yes, no Zomboid. Not today. Yes, Zomboid tomorrow, though. Probably Zomboid tomorrow. Depends on how my joints are feeling. Am I keeping the server down? Keep the server down for today. We're going to have a grand reopening with whitelist tomorrow. Third time's the charm. You know what they say. All right, let's see what the next topic is. Guardian published an article about how we shouldn't use the Q word. That is really stupid. That is really, really fucking dumb. Like, listen, I get the age divide, okay? I get the age divide. I get the whole, like, older LGBT people don't like that word because they've probably heard it used in a more derogatory context more often. But, like, when you look at the broader LGBT community at this point, which is, I would argue, comprised mostly of younger people at this point, it seems like the majority of LGBTQ people have agreed that LGBTQ includes queer. And not only that, but queer also serves effectively as like an overall, I guess, umbrella term that can kind of act the same as LGBT without the acronym, which I think is nice. In the 80s, it was a slur. It was definitely a slur in the early 2000s and the 90s as well. What the fuck? I was around when queer was still pejorative. I like it much better as an actual identity. I'd say it's probably a logical conclusion. Okay, hold on. Q stands for questioning, though, at least as well. It definitely stands for. There's a bunch of different letters, and they can be interchanged if it's the same letter. Yeah, it's a whole thing. Guardian literally helping launder turf ideology for progressive audience. I mean, the Guardian is not very good. It's pretty hit and miss, but sometimes they have a decent article or two. They don't typically outright lie. It's more so that their opinions can be more iffy, especially on trans issues. Something you guys have to realize is that TERF's goal, and they've been quite effective at it, is tricking the mainstream media into thinking they are the new wave of feminism. And that being pro-TERF is being pro-woman and pro-feminist. That is their goal. To turn being anti-trans into being pro-woman and pro-feminist. That is their goal. And they're succeeding at it to some extent in some places. Not every media outlet that's mainstream and doesn't know a lot about, you know, what's up has fallen for it, but quite a few have. You know who's a good example of this? Isn't, oh, you know what we need to talk about? All right. Yeah, I know what we need to talk about. Chat, will watching the trailer for that Velma show get me copyrighted?
This is my...
Whoa. Okay. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Oh boy, oh boy. You better believe we're talking about the spice of the week, baby. We're talking about Velma. Alright, now, I will tell you guys, alright? I watched the original trailer that announced this show all the way, you know, a couple weeks ago, back when they first dropped it, and people initially talked about it. And I basically agreed. It looks pretty cringy. There were 1 or 2 jokes that made me go, in the trailer, but besides that, it just didn't look like it was worth watching. What I knew, though, just based on, you know, looking at Velma, well, yep, this is Velma, guys. Do you like Velma? Velma's pretty cool, huh? Just by looking at Velma in this show, I was able to guess why a pretty substantial portion of the internet was likely to take issue with it, right? And I kind of assumed that this show would actually be, like, pretty woke in its messaging. Like, I assumed that this show would have a whole lot of, like, woke messaging, like, I don't know, references to progressivism, dunks on conservatives, etc. Like I thought maybe it would actually be woke. Then I found out who the showrunner is and what her background is. Correct me if I'm wrong. This show is made by a woman named Mindy Kaling, who is apparently a reactionary and a transphobe. Mindy Kaling, okay. So, oh, she's the voice of Velma too. She apparently made the show. So this show is made by, and the main character's, the voice is voiced by a reactionary, a conservative who is apparently transphobic. Now, she also apparently said you couldn't make The Office today because the woke would cancel you or whatever. She also included this joke in the show, which definitely kind of goes against the idea that this show's supposed to be woke. Here's an unironic real line from the show. Exactly, I spit truth without a filter. Like every comedian before #MeToo. Ah, man. Women outing powerful sexual abusers in the industry is really keeping comedians from saying how it is, I guess. Okay. So yeah, this is very clearly, like, there is a term that has been ascribed to this show that I don't know if I agree with necessarily, but I want to hear what you guys think, okay? I want to know what you guys think of this show and whether or not this is an accurate label. Self-insert? Yeah, it's a self-insert, very clearly. Black propaganda is a form of propaganda intended to create the impression that it was created by those it was supposed to discredit. Black propaganda contrasts with gray propaganda, which does not identify its source, as well as white propaganda, which does not disguise its origins at all. It is typically used to vilify or embarrass the enemy through misrepresentation. A lot of people have been calling this show black propaganda, and that it's made by a reactionary, and there was a very clear and obviously going to cause outrage race swap, and multiple race swaps in this show meant to cause outrage among the right online, which is very predictable at this point. And the messaging being so mixed, it really seems like this show is just sort of like a hodgepodge of either really trying to please everybody or literally just unironically black propaganda. Anyway, let's take a look at the trailer for this awful show, because as it turns out, the show came out, and it is awful. The right is taking advantage of this and talking about how it's woke and how it's far left and that this is, you know, leftist whatever, and how it's gone woke and gone broke and all of that. The left are criticizing it for all of the anti-woke messaging in it. It really is wild to see how different reality is for conservatives than, you know, the real reality that we all live in.
This is my story, told my way. Jeez.
You can feel, like, the vibe of it being, like, girl boss feminism, like, woke, kinda, that they're trying to capture with this trailer, but you know that the actual person who made it and is behind this show and, like, the actual contents of it are not actually anything approximating progressive messaging.
My name is Velma Dinkley, and I've decided to finally share the bone-chilling events that drove me to assemble the greatest team of spooky mystery solvers ever. This is my story, told my way.
Oh my god.
Oh, I am not dissing her. She has no brain. And it starts with a murder.
As you can tell, the comedy in this is not great.
If I can't convince people,
I have not seen it yet, by the way. I will, full disclosure, I have not seen it yet, but the consensus is bad. The consensus is just it's bad.
Didn't kill Brenda, I'm going to be arrested.
I know, but I also know how to find out who did kill Brenda. I think it has something to do with drugs, which I hate.
Hey, Fred.
There are multiple ways to take that joke. I guess the idea that like Shaggy is like a stereotypical stoner, but in this he's not. Yeah, they race swap the characters all except Fred, I guess. And from what I understand, Fred's like the one they spend the whole show bullying, or at least a fair amount of the show bullying. And I don't like it's really supposed to come off in every. Listen, this show has absolutely no genuinely progressive messaging. It just contains stuff that is meant to trigger conservatives. They just do the thing that conservatives complain about in quote-unquote woke media, unironically. They race swap all of the characters except for the character that they have as like a pseudo-villain, which they make a blonde white man that they rip on nonstop. And then the rest of it is like, there's no actual progressive messaging. It's all just meant to trigger conservatives to, you know, get rage bait from these grifters, while at the same time, unironically pushing an anti-progressive message. It actually is quite phenomenal.
Do I know you?
It's Velma from school.
I have a disease where I can't recognize people who aren't hot.
Is it called rudeness?
I have an illness!
Hey, Daphne.
I need a favor. Why would I do that? We're not friends anymore. We're nemesises.
Nemesis.
That's why.
Attention! For all you wondering why the police have not yet caught the serial killer, it's because it's a ghost.
Jinkies!
Maybe it's one of those doors where you push in a brick and it opens.
Fred, wait!
I have a plan.
I love danger.
Oh my god, it looks so good, guys. There's definitely some potential this show could have had. If they'd actually, like, had a decent team behind it, and the goal was to actually make, like, an adult-oriented Scooby-Doo story. Like, that could have been good. That actually could have been good. But they definitely did not. If that was the first move, obviously, of making an actually adult Scooby-Doo story, would be immediately right off the bat, Velma is just openly and clearly a lesbian. They need to just, or at least bi, they need to just, like, that has to be right off the bat. Because that was always sort of subtextual in a lot of Scooby-Doo stuff till they made it obvious recently. That needs to just be right off the bat clear in any, like, genuinely good adult remake they make of this. Like, Fred and Velma gotta be banging in the Mystery Mobile, and I don't know, Scooby and Shaggy are taking bong rips on the long road trips. They're all taking bong rips on the long road trips between places they're doing mysteries, you know? Actually, let me show you what good... Hold on. You know what? I know exactly how to finish this off. There's no better way. Hold on. Let me show you what an actually good adult Scooby-Doo cartoon would have been like. Meat Canyon, like 9 months ago, showed us a glimpse at how good this could be. Oh, hi, Middle-earth.
New merch. Meatcanyon.store. We got new hoodies and new shirts.
I don't know how much
Please
of this
check
I
it
can
out for my
show.
family. Thank you.
But it goes really hard.
All right, gang. We got the ghoul who was scaring all those people at the ice cream shop. Let's go find the cops and get...
I promise you, this is eye bleach that is cleansing you of the horror of that Velma show, okay? No matter how weird this gets, this is better than that Velma show.
Get this crook booked so we can move on to our next mystery. Scoob, why don't you stay here in case he tries any funny business?
You want to know how I would have gotten away with your crime? I would have killed the ice cream store owner, burned the tips of their fingers, and cut up their body into 12 tiny pieces, scattering them in the ocean and burying them deep in the woods. You got too showboaty with all your gimmicks. As a fellow artist, I respect the work you've done, but you were weak. You were weak to leave the store owners alive.
Scoob! Like, I got us a sandwich, man. Oh, look at him, he loves it. Oh, Scoob loves his sandwiches. Oh, Scooby loves his sandwiches, don't you, buddy? Oh, come here, let me pet you, buddy. Scoob's got a big old belly. Don't you, Scooby? Yes, you do. Look at you. Me and the gang wish Scooby was a girl so we could give him better belly rubs. Oh, it's hard to rub Scooby's soft belly without almost touching his dingy. Oh, oops. Like I got it at the end there a bit, but... Well, I better be getting back. I'll talk to you later, Scoob.
That was a close one. I almost got caught talking to you. Now where was I? Oh, that's right. I'd not only kill the store owner, I'd kill the wife, the kids, cousins, aunts, and uncles. Justice isn't pursued if there's no one seeking retribution. So I hopped from town to town, acting like a smooth-brained dog who solves innocent cases involving small-town business owners like yourself. I'm only gonna live to be 8 years old. Hell, maybe 9. I plan on taking as many souls as I can to hell with me.
Come on, Scoob. Let's go solve more clues, buddy.
Looks like that's my call. On to the next town. You know too much.
So, like, could you imagine if that was the show that we got? How great would that be? How fantastic would that show be? Tell me that wouldn't be better than Velma. Like Scooby being like a horrific eldritch monster trying to take as many souls to hell with them as he can before he dies. And he's this whole time he's been murdering the people that they unmask. And that's his way of getting away with it. Venture Bros did a parody where the whole gang were based on serial killers. That's pretty cool. I like that. Like why Mr. Pickles was good. I only watched a little bit of Mr. Pickles, but yeah, it kind of does remind me of that, yeah. That old Adult Swim show. Anyway, with all that said, if you enjoyed this video, because, like, Jesus Christ, like, I don't know what this Velma show is supposed to be. If you think this is supposed to be black propaganda, or if it's just, like, really incompetently done, I want to hear your opinion. Please comment down below. I'm curious. Like the video if you really enjoyed it. It helps to push the content in the algorithm. And, of course, if you want to see more from me, do not forget to subscribe and ring the bell icon to turn on all notifications so that YouTube tells you when I go live or I upload a new video. But with all that said, thank you so much for watching, and have a good one. You guys think it's rage bait? Yeah, it could definitely be rage bait. That's certainly not out of question. Just very incompetent show that they decided they could only get by posting rage bait about it. Or using rage bait to get larger. No! Wrong link. Hold on. Let me find the... Go to Twitter. I think I retweeted this not too long ago. I think that's a perfect thing to finish off this next segment with. I don't know why I'm humming the Jurassic Park theme while I scroll through my Twitter likes, but it'd be like that. I know I liked this tweet. I know I like this tweet. I know it's here. I know I liked it. Okay, it turns out I did not like the tweet. Hold on. Okay, this isn't the exact video in question, like the exact repost of the video, but it's the same video, so it'll get the point across. Okay. Hey, Ox Pecker, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. It's very kind of you. Thank you for the $5. That helps a lot and goes a long way. Said, I feel that catharsis from last segment. I'm dysphoric in Texas, scrambling for watch time on YouTube to be eligible for the income plan before I leave. Well, be sure to link your YouTube channel in the chat, Oxpecker. I'm really sorry to hear about your situation. I really hope you're able to succeed. I wish you all the best, my friend, and I really hope it all works out for you. Thank you so much for the $5, though. Don't donate to me if you can't afford to, though. Right? You make sure you're looking out for yourself first. I know it's just $5, but still, I want to make sure that you guys are looking out for yourselves. Is this going to be the turf thing? No, it's actually something different. All right. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. Today I'm going to be talking to you guys about something that a lot of you who've been in my community or have just been involved in lefty politics for a while now will probably see as rehashing really old territory, like really old ground. Because this originally was like a whole discourse back in like 2017, 2018, 2019, but it's kind of come around again, but those that are pushing it are taking advantage of most people being somewhat not really caught up or in the know about the dog whistle here, or really what dog whistles are even, in order to get away with this. So I'm just going to give you guys a little bit of a history lesson, and then I'm going to go over what happened recently. So first, we have to talk about dog whistles. What is a dog whistle? Well, I'm not talking about the whistle that blows... Hold on, I gotta shift my weight because my knees hurt. I'm not talking about a whistle that blows at a frequency that only dogs can hear, or that upsets them, or I guess I don't really know what like dog whistles that you blow into are meant for. I think they like upset dogs because only dogs can hear the whistle because it's so high-pitched or something. I'm not even sure. Regardless, we're not talking about that. In politics, a dog whistle is the use of coded or suggestive language in political messaging to garner support from a particular group without provoking opposition. The concept is named after ultrasonic dog whistles, which are audible to dogs but not humans. Dog whistles use language that appears normal to the majority, but communicates specific things to intended audiences. They are generally used to convey messages on issues likely to provoke controversy without attracting any negative attention. So the idea behind this is basically to allow yourself to express a shitty opinion without like outright expressing it. So basically in code, you're expressing you have a shitty opinion to other people who are in on it, but in such a way that centrists and like left-wing people and normies don't get what you're talking about, so they don't understand that what you're saying is so stupid that they should be bullying you for saying it, right? So, with that said, I'm going to talk about, and this is going to complicate things a little bit because we're talking about dogs, I'm going to talk about one of the most common dog whistles conservatives used back on the internet, like, by conservatives, I mean Nazis, actually, like actual neo-Nazis. One of the most common dog whistles neo-Nazis used on the internet, particularly back during 2019, and that was the pit bull dog whistle. For those of you guys that don't know, pit bulls are a dog breed that, particularly here in America, have a very violent reputation. Many American pit bulls were bred through lines of fighting dogs, like pit bull fighting, right? Where they would, they'd have two pit bulls fight in a ring or in a pit, in a literal pit. That's why pit bull, right? And they would fight and they would literally bet on it, like bet on which dog would win, right? And basically pit bulls over time have garnered a very violent reputation. Now, there's a lot that goes into this. There are a lot of experts who broke it down, but my understanding of it is that there is a small genetic factor that plays into the behavior of pit bulls. You see, pit bulls have been genetically bred for generations upon generations upon generations. Remember, we're talking about dogs here, much shorter lifespans, much shorter gestation, you know, a lot more generations, you know, in a shorter period of time. Pit bulls, many of them at least in America, have been bred for the purpose of fighting and violence. Beyond that, though, many pit bull owners seek out pit bulls due to a sort of feeding into the cycle of the stereotype, right? Pit bull owners will seek out violent, angry-looking pit bulls that seem like they will serve the purpose of being a tough, angry, scary-looking dog, because that's what they're looking for, and those are the dogs that end up getting adopted out more. That is not to say there aren't plenty of pit bulls out there that are very friendly and very nice, but there is some percentage, it's like 8% genetic. Yeah, I don't know. It's like there is some percentage of genetic factors that make pit bulls behave the way they do. Not because pit bulls themselves, the species, the breed, are more prone to violence, but because more pit bulls have been bred for that purpose, right? So obviously breeders are selectively breeding for pit bulls that have higher aggression, right? Higher rates of testosterone or just random shit that makes dogs more likely to be aggressive. You're also obviously selectively breeding for sharper, bigger teeth, you know, all the things that would, bigger mouth, stronger bite force, just things that would make it so these dogs would be scarier and more violent, right? These dogs have specifically been bred for a very long time for that purpose, right? Nazis for a very long time have tried to use the argument that, now they don't believe what I just told you. Most Nazis do not believe all of the nuance that I just explained to you. They believe pit bulls are an inherently violent dog because that's what they're bred for, and that's just what it is. We accept that pit bulls are violent, so, and they would argue, why don't we accept that some types of humans could be more violent? They argue that pit bulls being, they argue, genetically predisposed to violence is an example of evidence that certain types of humans could be genetically predisposed to violence. By that they mean brown people, specifically black people. There is a specific stereotype that this leads back to. Let me bring up the thing. They call it the African warrior gene. This idea that black people who come from Africa have this inherent predisposition to anger, anti-social behavior, violence, crime, you know, anything like that. They basically try to use pit bulls as a through-line justification for their beliefs about black people, right? And it is obviously them trying to use some sort of pseudoscience to justify their racism, because you look a lot less stupid as a racist if your racism is based in facts and science instead of you just kind of feel like brown people are icky, you know? That's why so many modern-day racists feel the need to find some weird excuse for why they are racist, and it's okay. There's actually tons of logical explanations behind why you should be racist. That's what they basically try to argue. So, with that said, knowing that most conservative pundits nowadays are racist, at the very least thinly veiled racist, let's take a look at a tweet from Matt Walsh that kind of went viral over the last couple days. Quote tweeting a story about a 7-year-old Louisiana girl getting mauled to death in a yard by a neighbor's pit bull. Pretty horrific, obviously. Quote tweets it saying, "Pit bulls should be banned, and there is no sane argument to the contrary. They are dangerous animals responsible for a vastly disproportionate number of fatal maulings in this country. The fact that you think they are cute dogs does not outweigh the danger. Ban them." Now, maybe you could agree with this argument, like on the merit of what's been provided here, but I'd like to remind you, this man does not believe that guns should be banned. Okay? All of this same logic applies to guns. I don't even believe that guns should be banned. This is an anti-libertarian take, okay? The objectively correct solution to this problem is to encourage better pet ownership. Now, you may be imagining right now, like, okay, well, there must be a massive problem with pit bulls mauling people and killing people, right? Now, maulings are a fairly larger problem, but killings, not so much. Pit bulls kill 23 Americans a year. Horses kill 100. This is true. I Googled it. Pit bulls kill less people per year than horses. Or Americans per year than horses. And yet you don't see anybody complaining about how horses should be banned. If anything, horses are kind of deified as like a sort of like masculine, manly mode of transportation. Like, hell yeah, brother, ride a horse. Horses aren't real, Zan. That is true. They are just little spy robots that kind of clop around and take surveillance of you. There are more horses, Zan. That's probably true, but like, there's still more deaths being caused by horses. That's 23 deaths to 100 from an animal that is being kept domestically. If you argue that one should be banned, then the other should be banned too. This guy also does not believe that guns should be banned. This is not a consistent position. The reason why he's in favor of the banning of pit bulls is because it kind of plays into the overall dog whistle that surrounds the pit bull topic of, can we legislate a living thing based on its genetics? That is the goal there. They want to basically set a precedent, a standard for legislating against a living thing based on its genetics, because they believe that genetics will lead to it engaging in a behavior. This is Minority Report shit. This is like using computers and shit to try to predict crimes that haven't happened yet, and then trying to punish those people before said crime is committed, even though there's a chance it doesn't get committed. It's definitely really weird. However, I think the final video I want to bring up is sort of a showcase of why pit bulls are so dangerous, okay? A lot of dogs have different reputations, right? Chihuahuas, for example. Type in chat, without any provocation from me, what stereotype you have in your mind of Chihuahuas. Yappy, violent, yappy, loud and bitchy, yappy little bitches, angry, evil, bitey, more violent than any other, loud, yappy, overgrown rats, annoying little shitters, Satans, annoying, yippy little bastards, annoying little rats, bark and will bite, always evil. Here's the thing about yappy, bitey little Chihuahuas, and obviously there are plenty of nice Chihuahuas out there, but a lot of them have a massive fucking attitude. Here's the thing about little Chihuahuas. Chihuahuas aren't really dangerous, are they? They can bite you and break the skin a little bit, but I've been bitten pretty hard by Chihuahuas, and there's not much they can do. You make a nice fist and they bite your knuckles, there's not much they're doing. It's not even... A cat bite is worse. Having a cat that likes to play rough with you is worse than a Chihuahua bite. A Chihuahua that wants to bite you. They literally make a habit out of nipping at your fucking heels when you're walking around, okay? The issue is that Chihuahuas are small, and they don't really have much in the way of the ability to hurt you, right? They're very small creatures. So we don't really care about their temperament, or the fact that a lot of people get them as family dogs with kids and then said kids do what kids do with the dog, and the dogs have very short patience and end up biting. With a Chihuahua, it's not as big a deal. But with a pit bull, well, let's watch the video.
No. What?
Terrible parenting, very good pit bull ownership there that he immediately stopped the kid and then pulled the dog away with very good timing and reaction speed. Most pit bull maulings that have occurred were from situations like this. Pit bulls have a nickname as nanny dogs, basically, where they were known for being pretty good with kids, but in America, a lot of them were bred for pit fighting. And a lot of people will get them as family dogs, and kids will do shit that kids do, and let's just say the dog might snap. And if the dog snaps and it's a pit bull, there's a much higher chance of getting hurt than if it's, you know, like a Chihuahua or a Pomeranian. Or, hell, German Shepherds, like, I've seen videos where German Shepherds let kids basically stick their fingers in their ears and they're fine with it, right? Because they're just more, you know, they're larger, more chill dogs, and kids have a harder time actually hurting them or annoying them, right? But pit bulls are in this area where they're small enough that a kid could still kind of, like, fuck with them a bit, but they're big enough to actually hurt a kid or hurt a person, right? They're in, you know, in terms of size, that sort of dangerous medium zone, you know? I don't know. I think the pit bull issue is definitely complicated, but I think that everybody who advocates for banning pit bulls or euthanizing them none of those people who agree with that believe in banning guns. And there are a lot of parallels there, okay? It really just feels like pit bulls are like this sort of social, like, it really feels like it's dog racism. It's dog racism. Is it not literally just dog racism? Like, people just want an excuse to be racist, and you can socially get away with being racist towards a type of dog? Like, what? How much of a loser do you have to be racist against a type of dog? Breedism? It's funnier to call it dog racism, okay? It's just funnier to call it dog racism. Christ. You know, I used to joke about, like, my dog being racist against other breeds of dog, you know? Like, my Pomeranian hated poodles, you know? Like, my Pomeranian had made up, like, slurs for poodles and would rant about those French curly bastards, you know? Like, I'd make jokes about, like, the racist jokes my dog would make about other dog breeds, you know? Conservatives are actually taking that and doing it, but for real, you know? Anyway, if you enjoyed the segment, I'm really curious to hear what your thoughts are on all of this. Please comment down below if you have any particular opinions you want to let me know about. I'm curious to read the comments on this one. I want to know what you guys think of this. I'm curious to hear your input. You can also subscribe and ring the bell icon to turn on all notifications so that YouTube tells you when I go live or upload a new video here on YouTube. And of course, don't forget to turn on all don't forget to like the video as well. It really helps out my content and my VODs and my videos and all of that, right? My channel overall. And of course, if you want to see more from me, not on YouTube or whatever platform you're watching on, you can follow my social medias, link down below in the description. And finally, if you want to support me financially, you can do so quite easily by donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, by hitting one of the buttons up there in the top left, or supporting me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, or Patreon. With all that said, thank you so much for watching, and have a good one. That was a good segment. What do you guys think of that one? Banger segment. I worry that there's some topics that I forgot to touch on in that segment, but I think I overall covered it pretty well. Cherry T21, thank you so much for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. That is extremely generous of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That is a very kind $25 right there. Gifted to Anarcho Delphus, Hot Nugget, Coin Dog, David Henley, and DJ Poppy. I imagine you all really appreciate that. And I certainly do as well. Thank you very much, Cherry T21. Oh, 1 second. I'm burping. Sent a YouTube link and said, also a joke about Fred in the show is he's a late bloomer. He literally started puberty late. Is that like... All right. Oh, there's a joke in the show of... okay, I think this might be a meme video you included that's unrelated.
Hi, gang, we're here.
Thank you,
This here is Detective Ruby. He's who asked for our help with this mystery.
Right. See, a lot of my guys are split across the county at the moment, and I saw your group in the Yellow Pages. Think you can help with this?
Certainly. Now, what can you tell us about the case?
Like, is it a spooky pirate ghost or maybe a creepy evil crown?
What? No. Triple homicide.
Jinkies!
Holy shit.
Yeah, I guess I should have been more clear with the details, but anywho, what we're looking at is some kind of killing house. The torture devices and tools are just everywhere. Found what looks to be 3 or 4 bodies crucified out in the backyard in what appeared to be some sort of pagan ritual. We're messing with one real
love
twisted
the
bastard,
music.
all right?
I see.
I mean, real sick, man. One girl's head was so caved in, you could use it to hold ice.
Well, now that image is burning to my mind. All right, guys. This might not be the most in tune with our usual cases, but I'm sure we can pull together and figure this out. Let's split up, gang. Velma and Daphne, you come with me to look for clues. Shaggy and Scooby, you guys examine the bodies. Jesus Christ, it's all so real now.
What are you doing?
Looking for clues, of course.
What is that, a magnifying glass? All right, gang. I think I know how we can catch our killer.
Wow, that quick.
What we'll need are some marbles, roller skates, and some Scooby snacks.
Scooby? Okay, let's just wrap this up. I should have known from your vans you guys would all be tripping balls.
Well, I guess you and Mystery Solvers how many sandwiches Scuba and I could eat before we left.
Wait, you didn't... Did you use anything from in the fridge?
Why? Is the fridge haunted?
Oh no, it's meat. It's human meat.
Our suspect was a cannibal.
Yeah, that was from the Charles Manson Scooby-Doo special. I remember that one. That was a great episode. The laugh track editing is on point. It's so good. It's so fucking good. That's a great video. Thank you for that, Cherry T21. Beta Leafy, thank you for the $20 donation. That's very kind of you. Thank you, thank you. Very base. Says, opinion on the duo Ween. They make amazing songs and conservatives hate them because they went woke. They were always woke, in parentheses, and they have a funny opinion on genre haters and hate Alex Jones. Oh yeah, Ween is based. They did Ocean Man, take me by the hand, lead me to the land that you understand. Ocean Man, the journey to the corner of the globe is a real trip. Ocean Man. Yeah, it's a good song. Thank you for the $20, Beta Leafy. I really appreciate that. Let me add that to the dono goal. $1.95. I do not have $1.95. How many segments have we done today? I'm curious. I must know. 5 segments so far. I feel like we should do at least 8. I feel like busting out at least 8 segments today, chat. What do you guys think of that? What do you guys think of a good 8 segments plus? Minimum of 8 segments, I would say. Yeah, that's what you guys want. Xanderhall, is it fun? It is fun seeing you decide what segments I got for you that you do. Yeah, I'm basically scrolling through the list and just sort of like picking them out. So it's fun. Thank you for your segment gathering, Cherry. Cherry has been on the ball lately with gathering up the topics to cover. Oh boy, we got another depressing one, but I need to cover this one. It's fucking important. All right, guys. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Oh boy, this is just downright depressing, but not surprising. I think that we've been predicting this for a while, and, you know, I think a lot of you in my chat, a lot of you who are trans, or just LGBT broadly, have probably considered this exact path, and so I don't think this story is going to surprise many of you, but I'm sure it will disappoint you. Vice News. Some trans people are preparing to flee the US and seek asylum abroad. Quote-unquote, all I need to do is look at the news and see how bad it's going to get. Reen Asriel Wilgos. I don't know how that name is pronounced. I'm scared that because that could literally be like a take on Ryan, or it could literally be like a more feminine like name, like Reen or Rin. Rin Asriel Wilgos, a 50-year-old transgender woman. Well, there we go. It's probably Reen. Transgender woman, has been rapidly researching ways to flee the United States. She's from the US, but with physical attacks against transgender and non-binary people on the rise, and lawmakers targeting transgender people with increasingly draconian legislation that criminalizes their very existence, very true, Wilgos is worried. The national landscape, accompanied by other of her own personal experiences, has made a future in the US feel untenable for Wilgos. In March 2021, when Wilgos had just started her transition, she was traveling across the state for work when she decided to stop at a public bathroom. A man followed her inside and pushed her up against a wall. "Quote unquote, I thought he was going to choke me to death," she said to Vice News. Today, she mostly feels safe and far. By the way, this is the reality of trans people in bathrooms, them getting assaulted and like threatened, not them doing assaulting or threatening of other people. There is no evidence of like a epidemic or even like a trend or even like a problem, like it's happened a few times, like not even that, of trans people, particularly trans women, going into women's bathrooms to attack or assault women. So yeah, that just hasn't happened. What has happened is men going into women's bathrooms to assault trans women. That has happened, like here, I'm pretty sure. Oh yeah. Today she mostly feels safe in Fargo, North Dakota, where she lives, but she's careful in rural areas. And when she leaves the state, she often doesn't feel safe at all. There's like 30 states right now I wouldn't even drive through, Wilgos said. Her own experiences and increasingly hostile national climate inspired Wilgos to start Transport, a budding nonprofit that seeks to help trans people transition, navigate bureaucratic mazes, and ultimately finance their journeys as they flee the country. Literally an underground railroad. I'm not kidding. Assuming they don't literally genocide all the trans people and the good guys win and evil does not prevail in all of this, kids are going to read about the trans underground railroad in history books in the future. I want you to think about that. There is going to be stories about the transgender underground railroad, effectively, in history books. About how these brave trans rights advocates fought against the tyrannical Republicans that were trying to erase their existence. And guess what? The Republicans in the future are going to be trying to ban the teaching of that history. They're going to try to ban the teaching of what happened in our generation, what we witnessed. They're going to try to ban teaching about what we witnessed, because it'll make them look bad, because people will recognize it's part of a long, repeating pattern. The same shit over and over and over and over and over and over again. Wilgos is considering claiming asylum in Iceland, a country she visited last summer and considers more accepting and safer than the US, and she felt like being trans was a non-issue while there. Though there's currently a lack of clarity around whether it's even possible for transgender US citizens to claim asylum elsewhere, and an expert told Vice News it's unlikely. The devolving situation in the US has inspired people like Wilgos to try. All you need to do is look at the news and see how bad it's going to get in the country, Wilgos said. We're accused of being pedophiles and of grooming children. We're being accused of being a social contagion that makes every child think they're in the queer community. That's the furthest from the truth. By the way, the vast majority of trans people, like for the most part, when it comes to talking to kids, they're typically pretty cautious, right? Like if they're trying to provide like pro-trans messaging or resources to kids, they know that like being trans is not easy. And if this kid potentially, it's a false positive, this kid doesn't actually have gender dysphoria and isn't truly desiring a different gender identity, most trans people know the risks of a cis person mistakenly pursuing transition. They're well aware, and I assure you they consider those worries as part of their caution. Am I wrong? I'm not trans, so I don't personally know this, but from what I've seen, that has been the case overwhelmingly. Am I wrong? Tell me, chat. I'd like to know. Not wrong. Good to know. It was while she was fielding those phone calls that Wilgos stumbled on the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees guidelines on refugee status based on sexual and gender orientation. I was like, wait a minute, this is crazy, Wilgos remembered thinking. I can actually declare asylum just because I'm trans. She's currently reaching out to LGBTQ organizations in European countries to learn more about the options that exist for her and the people she hopes to help flee. By the way, this is like probably a provision put in place to help like trans and LGBT people escape countries in like the Middle East that are like, you know, they'll kill you if you're gay, that kind of stuff, right? So pretty wild that now America is pretty much on the same level as like Saudi Arabia. Though honestly, Saudi Arabia and America have a lot more in common than you'd think. Though Transport doesn't have an official roster of clients yet, they have only just begun working and plan on accepting applications soon. Wilgo's added that she'd like to start accepting applicants for clients soon. Hopefully we start taking applications towards the end of February and help people get the ball rolling to make the leap across the ocean, she said, adding that anyone who benefits from transport services will also be asked to support future clients. I think that's fair, obviously. About 30 people, about 6 locally in the near North Dakota and others peppered across the U.S. have already reached out to the group since local media first reported on them, including a single gay man who is immigrating to the Netherlands and offered to marry an American so that they'd be able to relocate with him. Wilgo said, "For now, Transport will primarily serve trans people in North Dakota, South Dakota, and Minnesota, but Wilgo said she'd either like to expand the group or see further similar organizations pop up elsewhere." I really hope someone is able to garner some helpful advice from this video. Like, hopefully someone out there from one of these states is like, wait, Transport, Transport, all one word, but it's like all caps trans. I'll hit them up and actually ends up getting help from this group. That would be amazing if they ended up finding about this group and getting help from this video. That's what I hope for. Given what we're seeing in terms of states proposing more and more harsh laws that target trans people, as well as violence that we're seeing in our communities, it doesn't surprise me that people seek other places in other countries. Aaron Reed, a trans activist and researcher, told Vice News. I know that person. I've seen them on Twitter. Wilgo's work has inspired others as well. Shortly after Wilgo's arrived at her decision, her colleague Zara Crystal told Wilgo's that she was also weighing her future in the US and expressed interest in relocating to Sweden. "Ever since I can remember, I never felt safe, comfortable, or at home in this country," said Crystal told Vice News. She now helps run Transport and is considering leaving the US at the end of 2024. The 20-year-old came out as trans as a teenager, but like Wilgo's, Crystal was forced into conversion therapy. Her parents eventually gave her an ultimatum. If she transitioned, they'd cut her off. Crystal's parents have forbidden her from speaking to her siblings until they turn 18 years old. "We're just riding out and hoping for the best and preparing for the worst at this point. A lot of people that I know are at least making plans to leave just in case stuff goes down," Crystal said, of marginalized people, including LGBTQ people. Crystal said Fargo is relatively safe compared to other regions in the state, but still, she's experienced frightening discrimination, including death threats. "Somebody also recently tried to run her over with their car," Crystal said. The last few years have been marked by a dramatic uptick in anti-trans hate in the United States. In 2022 alone, more than 171 anti-trans bills and more than 300 anti-LGBTQ bills overall were introduced across the US. They've already begun in 2023 as well, with a bill proposed in Oklahoma that would ban gender-affirming care for people under 26 years old. On top of all this, anti-trans political attacks have been propped up by anti-trans rhetoric on the far right, and in some cases, by respected media outlets. All this has set up a backdrop for violence, and in November 2022, a mass shooting at Colorado Springs gay nightclub Club Q that left 5 people dead, including 2 trans people. Trans activists have even argued that the onslaught amounts to genocide. I agree. This is the start of genocide, guys. This is how it starts. A peppering of lone wolves taking it amongst themselves to do what the state can't yet is always where it starts, guys. Trans people are more than 4 times more likely than their cis peers to be the victims of violence, including rape and aggravated assault. And black and brown trans people are at an even higher risk. Trans people are also more likely to suffer fatal violence, something the Human Rights Campaign has been tracking since 2013. So not only are trans people really likely to have violence sent upon them, but they're most likely to have fatal violence, like to be killed. Like, To be clear, it's not like gay bashing where it's like, you go out and you beat up a gay person and they limp home, like very clearly horrific and awful. They want to kill you because you're trans. They think that like this is beyond like the average, like there's always been murders and killings for being gay, but like there is higher rates of murder for trans people. They want to kill you, not just beat you up, make your life harder, and force you to hide in pain. They want to kill you. That's why the hate crimes are more fatal. You can look at the hate crimes to be very clear as to what these people want to have done to you on a more larger systemic level. They're hunting you. They're actively hunting you. It's because things have gotten so bad, and are getting worse, that Transport was established in the first place. Transport, which started as a Facebook page, gained its non-profit status in November, meaning the group can now accept donations, Wilgos said. The group aspires to collect enough to help people navigate bureaucracy and access funds to legally change their gender on government documents ahead of travel, as well as apply for passports before then paying for flights to get them overseas. Wilgos also hopes to research healthcare systems and job opportunities in other countries and form partnerships with European LGBTQ groups so that people don't feel stranded if and when they relocate. I wish transport didn't have to be a thing. I wish that we didn't live in a country where our rights are regularly debated in our government, said Lillian Goiter. I assume it's how it's pronounced. President of Fargo Pride Collective and Transport collaborator. But I'm glad Rian? I'm assuming it's Rian. I'm glad Rian has stepped up and made these big moves for us. The UN guidelines around LGBTQ asylum claimants are broad. The term persecution can be considered to involve serious human rights violations, including a threat to life or freedom, as well as other kinds of serious harm. Physical, psychological, and sexual violence are listed as threats that would generally meet the threshold level required to establish persecution. The guidelines also say that a person doesn't need to have a history of persecution to potentially qualify for asylum. Despite these guidelines, many countries in Europe have come under fire for failing to welcome LGBTQ migrants, and in 2017, when the European Union tried to tally the number of LGBTQ immigrants seeking asylum, not a single member country was able to give an exact tally, which makes it difficult to determine whether countries are honoring UN guidelines. Sweden has welcomed some LGBTQ asylum, though to be fair, it's probably good that they're not tracking how many of the asylum seekers are gay. Like, if they're like, hey, we're not asking that, then that's probably a good thing. That's ideal. Like, you actually, like, once they start cataloging you based on your identity, that's when you want to get scared. In part because local advocacy groups fought in 2006 to update Swedish laws that the fear of persecution as a result of gender identity and/or sexual orientation would explicitly be included within the definition of refugee. But Iceland, while known for its LGBTQ-friendly atmosphere, has reportedly opted not to welcome LGBTQ refugees. Cringe, Iceland. Fuck Iceland. And it's unlikely that trans people from the US will successfully claim asylum in countries like Sweden, Iceland, and Germany. European cases when it comes to trans cases are generally very strict. Asylum is really a high bar process. Nora Norala, a human rights researcher based in Berlin, told Vice News, "It's not hard for Americans to come to Europe. If any trans Americans want to come, they have a lot of options. They don't need to apply for asylum." Interesting. Well, chat, I need to give some commentary on this, alright? I don't know what the future holds, okay? I know that people like to meme about me predicting the future, but I know it's very much a meme, okay? I don't know what the future holds. I can only look at the clues, I can only look at the direction things are headed, and make an educated guess. And right now, it looks like we're going to see an escalation in the right and in Republicans pushing against trans and LGBT rights. But here's what I think is the most likely outcome as a response to it. The Democrats have always done best, as they did in the most recent election, when the Republicans are focusing on culture war topics. You see, the Democrats never are actually able to win when they advocate for genuine positive change, because the policies they advocate for that would actually cause change are pretty scary to most Americans. It's just true. Americans get scared when they hear a Democrat politician that's more radical, more progressive, put forward their plan of how they're going to provide everyone with free healthcare. They get scared. It's true. They just do. People vote Democrat, however, when the Republicans are the ones being scary. When the Republicans are meeting all of the negative stereotypes that our culture has set for them. When they're banning abortion. When they're banning gay marriage. When they're going after gay people. When they're attacking minorities just for existing. The Republicans have been doing this shamelessly and unapologetically, more so than they have for a while lately. It is very possible that if the Democrats are smart in 2020, we may see the greatest Republican loss in an election in history in 2024. The Republicans have been really showing their ass. Like, really showing their ass. And I don't know. I think the worse they are, the better the Democrats have of a chance of destroying them in the election. People are dumb, but they're not dumb enough for most of them to be blind to what's right in their face. When the Republicans are able to hide behind euphemisms and dog whistles and a cultural perception that they are the underdog trying to gain power to make things better, they're able to win. When they're the ones in power taking away minorities' rights and making things suck, and they've got no underdog platform to stand on, most reasonable people are going to see and call bullshit. That's what I think. If you guys agree, or if you disagree, I'd like to see your opinions down below in the comments section. Please comment down below on the video. And of course, if you want to support my video, please consider leaving a like. It really helps out my videos, my channel, my VODs, everything. I think a lot more than you guys realize. You can also support me financially by donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, by hitting those buttons up there on the top left. Make sure to subscribe and ring the bell icon and turn on all notifications, of course. And make sure to follow my social medias, all linked down below in the description, including Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, fan Discord, etc. With all that said, no matter how you watch me or support me, thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate it, and have a good one. Ugh. My eyes are straining. Ugh. Got a bit of a headache. How was that segment, chat? I know it was pretty doomer, but what are your thoughts? Beta Leafy, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate that. That's really kind of you. Thank you, thank you. Very base. Puts us all the way up to $200 in the dono goal. You know what? I think my nausea, or not nausea, my like lightheadedness and my headache that I'm getting is coming from hunger. I'm gonna go grab a sandwich, which is actually perfect for the next segment I have to cover. But Beta Leafy, thank you for the $5. Said, Lansing, Michigan is an LGBTQ hotspot, but a lot of Nazis come to this town to attack anything petty in law. So downtown has a bunch of people with Confederate flags, but everywhere else has the rainbow. That's really strange. But yeah, same thing happens in Tampa and Miami and even here in Palm Springs, California. One of the most LGBT places ever. You get a lot of those pedophiles out there on the fucking road calling gay people groomers. MILF Manor is trending on Twitter. Let me look at this. Hold on. All right. I'm going to have to watch this MILF Manor show. There's absolutely no shot that I don't. All right. Chat, I have to pee, so I will be right back, okay? I'm going to go pee, and I'm going to grab a sandwich, too. And then I've got a really exciting segment for us to watch while I eat my sandwich. Not while I pee, though. I don't think I can do a segment while I pee. That is unfortunately not possible right now, but maybe one day. How do you like that thigh shot, though? Yeah, thigh shot. Grand, 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 grand. Okay. Cherry sent me a good video to react to. Let's go. I've been so excited for this. All right. You guys know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, guys, we've got an interesting video to react to today. Cherry sent me this one and told me that I should watch it on stream because, well, I'll explain why. Cherry knows my opinion on this content creator, and, oh, I could not be more thrilled this is becoming, like, a thing that's being talked about. I'm going to go ahead and drop a link to the video that we're watching right now that we'll be reacting to in the chat. So go drop a like, go drop a sub, and all of that stuff. This is a video from a friend of the show named Jalen, and she's a commentary YouTuber, and she's trans. She recently, like, changed her YouTube channel name and everything, and, like, kind of made it more clear, and, like, if you have a problem with her being trans, then get the fuck out, kinda, which is absolutely Giga Stacy. But she put out a new video, and she's been getting a lot of shit from alt-righters for criticizing right-wingers on her videos and for coming out as trans. So I think there's no better way to basically give back to a fellow, content creator in this space who's always been nice to me. And honestly, she has a larger larger channel than me, and she's always been nice to me. So I've always, I've always had respect for Jalen. With that said, in this video, she's talking about a content creator named SunnyV2. All right. Now, SunnyV2 is this really popular, like, drama commentary documentary channel. Okay. This guy has probably plagued your recommended in the algorithm, okay? And his videos are like perfect react fodder for streamers that want to kill some time. And there was just something about them that when I'd watch them that just threw me off. They felt so... Well, there was a lot of things that I had a problem with. For one, it was very clear that he had an agenda, a very strong bias whenever he made each video, and was willing to twist anything to basically form a narrative that led to that end goal narrative that he was pushing. And it doesn't even matter if I agreed with the narrative or not. In many cases, I just do. I mean, a lot of the time I would agree with SunnyV2, but many times I wouldn't. But regardless of whether or not I would, it just felt so dishonest the way that he makes his content. And there's a lot of other things that gets into it. Like, he has a tendency to, like, dig up old drama, that's, like, really old, just to kind of rehash it for a YouTube video and a content creator. Even if it's years old, it's like, hey, let's really go on a deep dive on this figure. And there is some merit to that, but usually it's clearly done in bad faith. And there's also, like, someone broke down SunnyV2's history, and it's, like, he's done, like, a million things in the past trying to blow up. And he's been very clear that he'll do whatever it takes on YouTube to get big and have a large audience and a large, like, viewer base and make a lot of money. And he tried everything until this is what worked for him. And there's just a lot of shamelessness and, like, a lot of stuff about his story and what he does that I don't respect. But everybody seemed to like him. There was so little call-out posts on him on YouTube. So I'm so glad to see that there's actually people criticizing him now. So let's take a look. Yeah, Turkey Tom's videos blow SunnyV2's videos out of the water any fucking day. Easy. Turkey Tom actually does fucking research for those videos, like research.
There are some serious problems with SunnyV2, and it appears that he has become the very thing that he once swore to destroy. what I would say if I were making a Sunny V2 video.
Anyway, today we're going to be talking
Real.
about some random YouTuber you've never heard of with 40,000 subscribers who did something really quite minor. But since I'm a commentary channel, I've figured out a way to make it seem way worse than it really is by framing it in a way that specifically benefits me.
So this is what I'm talking about by, like, there are clips of Sunny V2 giving away the game in the past and making it clear what his whole deal is.
And skews the reality of the minor situation into something that makes it seem way worse than it really is.
On top of this, all Ninja is doing is alienating his audience and speeding up his demise because, as Sneeko said best,
successful people don't play any side politically because they're too smart to know that
Yeah, my conservative radar went off with Sunny V2 pretty fast. Absolutely. He credited Sneeko. Absolutely. Sneeko's like an actual, like, well, Sneeko might be too stupid to be a Nazi. I think Sneeko has been fooled into being a Nazi because he's just really stupid and impressionable.
that they just be alienating 50% of their clients.
Now, I like Sunny, okay? I like his content. I think he probably makes some of the best, most well-produced commentary videos, and it's been cool to see his growth over the last...
I disagree. I don't think production quality equals high-quality videos, right? Just because the videos are high quality in their production value, editing, video, like recording, everything like that, does not mean that the actual like content of it is good. I personally disagree. I think most of this, I feel like Sunny V2 probably does most of his research from watching other drama videos from back in the day.
Couple years. However, recently some glaring problems have become apparent with his content, and it appears, like many others, that Sunny has fallen victim to chasing the numbers, and rather than focusing on quality, he's clearly focusing on quantity, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. However, Sunny clearly frames his videos as if they are a matter of fact rather than just his own personal opinion. And so when Sunny makes a video saying that
Sunny also loves to just sort of like, his videos are very, like, cancerous, is really the only way to put it, right? Like, it's basically a tabloid cover, right? Like, do tabloids even do this? Could tabloids even get away with photoshopping, like, celebrities to look like as, like, have red eyes and, like, their complexion to look all fucked up? Like, it's literally just tabloid content for people online to point and laugh and hate on a specific person on the internet who they decide is morally inferior to them. Usually for reasons that have nothing to do with morality. Like, these people, like, what did Ninja do? Ninja didn't do anything bad. It's just because they don't like Ninja. And they think that Ninja stands for something annoying and cringe that they don't like. Boogie. Boogie hasn't really done that much bad. They just like to make fun of him, and they're fat-phobic. And he's done some cringy stuff. Like, that's all it is. That's really all it is. It's some pretty virginal shit, okay? No one's out there, like, laying down pipe and then going online to bitch about random internet content creators like this.
That someone like Ninja's career has died because they shared their political views and starts speculating on drug use because of some comments shows some clear problems with Sunny's content. Now, sure, Ninja may not pull the same numbers as he did when he first blew up. However, Ninja's career by no means is really dead. And
dude, the internet's so brutal. You can literally pull like 300k views a video, and if you are at 1 point bigger, you are dead. You're fucking dead now. Your channel is dead when you get 10 million views a month and your content is cringe real.
Dead. And even so, I highly doubt the reason that Ninja fell off is because he posted some tweets stating his political views. You know, he made this video on Clubblecop saying that Clubblecop fell off, and the reason as to why Clubblecop fell off, according to Sunny V2, was because he bragged about his wealth. However, there really is no evidence to point to that being the case, and it kind of just seems like that
Bro
that
literally
is
quoted
Sunny's
Sneeko.
own personal opinion, or that is the narrative that he wants to frame things, in order to make a more entertaining video. Now, it'd be fine if it were just like one or maybe two videos where this happened. I mean, everyone makes mistakes, right? I myself have published plenty of videos that weren't the best, okay? However, when you're the size of Sunny V2 and have a reputation such as he does, people take your words as fact. And so you have a responsibility to ensure that the information in your videos is accurate, or at the very least, not completely misleading. Now, as Sunny's channel has started to pick up, his upload schedule has become more frequent, and it seems as if he's just trying to get these videos out as fast as he possibly can, which is kind of counterintuitive to what his channel used to be. And a few days ago, he published this video on Dream that was just kind of filled with misconceptions, and his points against Dream just really don't make much sense, and they don't really hold up. Like, he starts out this video saying that Dream's face reveal could be considered one of the worst mistakes made by a creator ever.
Dream's face reveal could qualify.
It's he's playing to his audience. YouTubers know their audience. Successful YouTubers, I should say, know their audience very well. We know exactly what to say to get a certain reaction out of you. Those of us that are dishonest, content creators with large platforms that are dishonest, we can like just kind of like frame things in a certain way and lead you to a certain conclusion. That is what Sunny V2 does. He wants to push a narrative to his audience that already doesn't like Dream, that Dream's channel is dying, that his career is ending, because that's what they want to hear. What happened with Dream recently? Oh, he did a face reveal. Is Dream's channel dying? Well, this is objectively not true, but, you know, if you twist things a little bit, you can make it seem true, and his audience wants that to be the case, so he's telling a story with a narrative that his audience will like, regardless of how close to reality it is. It's very obvious.
As the worst mistake made by a content creator ever.
Which I know this might be an extreme example, but like EDP, you know, meeting up with the...
I agree. I agree with that one, Jalen. I think EDP probably fucked up more. Yeah. That sounds about right.
13-year-old to get a cupcake. I mean, that's obviously one of the worst decisions a YouTuber has ever made. You know, Shane Dawson may or may not have done some things to his cat. Of course, I'm sure you guys know what James Charles did. Point being, Dream's face reveal can in no way be compared to these other things that are obviously way worse decisions, and it's just a horrible way to start the video. And throughout this video, he kind of points out how Dream's face reveal was such a huge mystery. Millions of people wanted to know what this guy looked like, and it was kind of a big part of his brand, so to speak. But honestly, he puts way too much emphasis on how important this was to Dream's brand or his content. I mean, him being faceless or not is not really the reason he got as big as he did. I mean...
By the way, like, looking back to, like, Immortal HD from when I was growing up as, like, a member of the Creatures, he literally blew up not showing his face and just using, like, an Optimus Prime mask to cover his face. And then finally he did a face reveal, and, like, a year later he had 1 million subs. Or something like that. Maybe not 1 million. Like, he like, hit a much bigger milestone not long after that. Like, his channel really took off after he did the face reveal, but he was already big before. Spoon blew up without ever showing his face. I think it really depends on, like, how you play it off and whether or not your content is good enough to warrant blowing up to begin with in the first place.
I'd say arguably he got as big as he did through the Dream SMP, through his Manhunt series, through finding PewDiePie C, and none of that had really...
Dude knows how to do collaboration, and he knows how to play the algorithm. It's as simple as that. He's a social media genius. Call it dream dick riding if you want, but it's true. He is a social media genius. He knows how to work those algorithms. He reached about as much success as one could hope to reach without being PewDiePie or Mr. Beast.
Anything to do with his like face or his docs or anything like that. You know, all that stuff was kind of after Dream had already blown up and gotten as big as he had. And one of Sunny's weaker points here is that because Dream has done a face reveal, he can no longer use the smiley face.
It's such a dumb argument. Listen, it's all just twisting of... It's all meant to be the kind of argumentation that sounds right to people who want it to sound right. A lot of Sunny V2's videos are filled with angel numbers. I'm not sure if you're aware of this term, but like Christians will obsess with sequences of numbers and assume they have some deeper meaning behind them that will lead to some like like special like meaning or like a reveal of some secret truth or a reveal of the doomsday or apocalypse or whatever. They believe that like numbers will lead to the solution, that like angels, yeah, it's like the whole like 666 thing, right? That's an example of angel numbers, right? Angel numbers is also used as a phrase for people that are like seeing connections and seeing evidence where it doesn't exist, or drawing conclusions from evidence that is tenuous at best. That is what's happening here. Sunny V2's videos, where he tries to draw a conclusion, just filled with angel numbers. He's like, oh, well, this could this really suggests this, like, but he'll argue it so confidently that, like, you wouldn't really even think while watching the video, wait, this is not a good argument.
As his branding, and that it was such a key part of who he was.
Dream also seemed to ignore just how much of the brand itself was based on his hidden image. His song Mask, which has over 30 million views, only exists because he was a faceless creator, while on his merch site almost every piece of clothing still uses the anonymous Dream smiley face. There's something that's charmingly simple, unique, and memorable about the smiley face, which when combined with the classic Dream green, makes for incredibly distinctive branding, as can be observed in the case of his Minecraft skin. However,
what was that argument, by the way? I'm really curious. The green and the white stick figure makes for really distinctive branding, as can be seen on his Minecraft skin. That sentence meant nothing. That was word salad. That just kind of sounds right if you're kind of like high and like not really paying attention and you're just listening for keywords. What does it being on his Minecraft skin have to do with his brand? Like, I mean, I guess it's sort of his branding, but like that's not really it being his Minecraft skin is not evidence that the image is good branding. It's really just like word salad meant to appeal to people who, I guess, just want to hear a narrative they agree with. I hate how his videos are edited like a true crime documentary when it's fucking YouTube drama. Yeah, this is YouTube drama about, not even about Dream, like, supposedly grooming somebody, which I think he might have. I don't even know the story behind it now at this point. It's so confusing. But that's not even about, like, from my understanding, the bad shit that Dream did. It's about how Dream fell off and lost, like, the amount of growth he was getting. And I want to make it very clear. Sunny V2 thinks that losing subscribers and losing viewership and falling off as a YouTuber is a moral failing. He treats content creators as though losing prominence and becoming washed up is a moral failing of theirs. That is something they should be criticized for because they have failed as a person in some way. Like, that's how he treats it. I'm not even kidding. It's very clear that's how he views it.
Minecraft skin. However, it now feels as though most of this branding is fairly redundant, as we now know what he looks like, yet at the same time, Dream has made no effort to change his branding to match his real-life image, which would also be a poor strategy as he'd then have to change everything to something completely new.
Which completely ignores the fact that someone like Mr. Beast has shown his face and uses his face in his videos, yet he still sells merch.
It literally makes absolutely zero sense. He would never say this about Mr. Beast, though, because the vast majority of YouTubers dick ride Mr. Beast. If anything, we'll see a video from, you know what? I bet we've seen dick riding videos about Mr. Beast from Sunny V2. Because Sunny V2 does not say anything brave. It's all dick riding of the popular narrative that is likely to be among his audience. Ah, yeah, yep, we've already got, yep, Mr. Beast dick riding. Called it. Multiple Mr. Beast dick riding videos. 3 in a year. So we've got 1 month ago, every Mr. Beast member who got fired and why. I even watched this one. So dick riding Mr. Beast, like attacking the people that have been fired or like absolving him of guilt and all that. Mr. Beast versus Russian Copycat, the ultimate showdown. Mr. Beast's accidental challenge catastrophe, finger on the app too. At least in this one, he was somewhat critical of Mr. Beast, but It was mostly just for the, as you can tell, the... Why does he use the same image of Mr. Beast rubbing the back of his head in both? Notice how it's like this same, like, weird, half-drawn, pseudo-painted art style in every thumbnail? You know, that's kind of meant to make the creator in question... At least with this one, it doesn't really make the creator in question look that, like, unappealing or that, like, unflattering. But typically, it's very clearly meant to be done in such a way that's, like, meant to make the creator in question look unflattering, right? This one got a lot of flack as well. The dumbest lottery winners of all time. Some of the lottery, like one of the lottery winners in here, like the one that was #1, like the dumbest lottery winner, literally did not lose his money, donated a bunch of it to charity, and was just objectively a good guy. And Sunny V2 just criticizes him for donating his money to charity and calls him a dumb lottery winner for doing that. And a bunch of people criticized this video for it. It was wild. Yeah. I don't know. The whole goal of these videos is basically to create a of the thumbnails, sorry, is to create a caricature of a recognizable face, but to sort of over-exaggerate it in such a way that, you know, poisons the well. It's meant to be unflattering, right? Yeah. This guy just would not genuinely criticize Mr. Beast for this anything to the same level, because Sunny V2 just rides the line. That's it. It just, the popular narrative shows it to his audience.
With his Beast branding, and most people still recognize the Mr. Beast logo as Mr. Beast. So I highly doubt that Dream doing a face reveal is going to somehow affect his branding whatsoever. And then he goes on to claim that Dream's motive for face revealing was to, like, clickbait himself and get extra views because his channel was on the decline.
His face reveal was uploaded at the worst time imaginable. Major changes to a channel are always best executed when things are on the up and up.
By the way, if Dream's channel is dying, or it does die, it'll be because Minecraft is falling off right now. It's true, but like, Dream blew up with Minecraft's resurgence. It's hard to say which caused which. They could have just fed into each other. But Minecraft is dying again. It is. People are getting bored of it. Mojang is really mishandling the game, and it's going back into another dark age that I hope it can return from. But that's going to mean that content creators that have made their big stance on Minecraft, their big stand on Minecraft, are not going to be doing that anymore in a while if things don't change. If Minecraft doesn't have some more life breathed into it. And it doesn't seem like that's happening anytime soon.
Because if you change things during a slump in your channel, it looks like you're acting out of desperation, and it certainly felt like this in the case of Dream. His channel had fallen from gaining 100 million views per month to around 20 million views per month, and to
oh no! 20 million gained views a month. How will he survive?
Randomly upload a face reveal.
That is a pretty significant drop, but to be clear, Dream was at one point the largest growing channel on YouTube. It is impossible for any channel to maintain any significant amount of growth. There are always ups and downs of any YouTube channel's growth. Look at PewDiePie. PewDiePie had damn near stagnated before the subscribe to PewDiePie push, and now he's in a more of a stagnated state. That doesn't mean he's dead. People... The internet, and particularly YouTube, is fucking ruthless against creators they perceive as having fallen off. Like, you are compared to your best moment. And if at any point you reach a significant amount of low from your best moment, they will criticize you for it. It's wild. Like, literally, I'll have one month that's not as good as, like, my best month, or that's, like, not as good as the previous month, and I'll get Nazis commenting, like, hey, your channel looks like you're on your way out, you fucking... Followed up by a bunch of slurs. But, you know, it is what it is.
After having your lowest monthly viewership in over 2.5 years wasn't exactly the best look.
Which really makes no sense. I mean, this is Dream. This is one of the biggest Minecraft YouTubers out there, and he showcases himself in this video that the reason that Dream did his face reveal is because so many people were digging through his personal information to try and figure out what he looked like, framing innocent people as him, and he wanted to be able to make content with his friends. Now, sure, Dream's career might be on a slight decline. However, he's just coming off one of the biggest blow-ups in YouTube history.
That's true, and he's also he just came off of a really bad drama that made him look pretty bad too. So it's probably going to take him a bit to recover from that as well. And Minecraft is dipping. Hopefully Jalen mentions that. I assume she knows. But, like, yeah, Minecraft's also... We're going back into another Minecraft Dark Age.
Of course he's not going to remain on that level forever. And there really hasn't been enough time since his face reveal to really see how this affects his career in the long run. This could actually be one of the best decisions that Dream has ever made. Maybe by him doing a face reveal, he's able...
If Dream is as smart as I think he is, and he has gotten as big as he has, then it will not be the end of his channel, and it will be a smart decision. I think the smartest future for Dream and his friends is for them to all move in together and to do like daily vlogs on like a separate channel. Like unironically a content creator house, living together as roommates and making content together is it like the best path forward for Dream. If he got his like Bad Boy Halo, Sapnap, George Not Found, Tommy in It, all those clout Minecraft creators living in a house together as roommates, all making their own content vlogs, their own videos together, and like vlogs about their content house, that would be the future of their content post face reveal, and it would blow up.
Able to produce better, higher quality content, and he has another blow up on YouTube. Honestly, we don't really know, but this video by Sunny just comes off as redundant, and it honestly seems like he just wanted to capitalize on Dream's face reveal and use that to form an interesting narrative for a video and get a lot of views, but this narrative is just...
Also, I'm mesmerized by this RGB mic. I didn't know these existed, and I'm absolutely infuriated that I don't have one. Like, how did I not know they literally made RGB lit microphones?
Simply not true, and this video is probably the worst video that Sunny V2 has ever made. It's just a horrible video all around. It almost seems like he, for some reason, has like a personal vendetta against Dream, and not really something that's typical for
I thought it was a sticker at first.
Now, while I do have my issues with some of Sunny V2's content, I do hope that he takes some of this criticism and improves his content, because like I said, guy makes some truly amazing stuff. However, recently, a lot of his videos have just been...
I think it's pretty clear. I've watched a few other videos, like, in my own time that break down Sunny V2's stuff, and he's a very obvious grifter. Like very clearly a grifter. I don't know if he's a bad person, but his moral philosophy and his politics are definitely fucked, and he's also kind of a cunt who's doing this for money. So, like, I'll let you do with that what you will.
Missing the mark, and I think the video he published on Dream was a very good example of that. What do you guys think here? Again, this isn't a video to like cancel Sunny V2. That's not at all what I'm trying to do. That's not the purpose of this video. It's really just to point out some flaws that I've seen and other people have seen with Sunny's content recently. Anyway, these are just
I agree with it. I like this video a lot. I wonder if me complaining about Sunny V2 had any part to play in Jalen making this video. Maybe I'm putting too much credit to myself, but I feel like I've complained about Sunny V2 a few times on stream and been like, I really want to make a video, but I've just been putting it off. Maybe she heard that and was like, I'm going to do it before he does. That would be smart if she did. Yeah, the Zanspiracy. Anyway, that was a really good video. I'm going to go ahead and drop the link again into chat because you guys should really go send some support. Go like the video, go subscribe, go drop a ringy dingy bell icon, all that stuff. Go send support and comment as well. Comment Zangang. Zangang. Yeah, comment that Zangang. That will signal our positive vibes heading Jalen's way. Really good video. I'm really glad that somebody with a larger platform than me finally made a video talking about these pet peeves with Sunny V2's content, because he's just so popular and nobody really calls him out. I'm glad that people are finally starting to do so, because it's like nobody that big is nobody that big doing content that often of like that's presented that well researched is typically able to accomplish that, right? Like Thoughty 2. Oh fucking hell, Thoughty 2 is another good example. All right, hold on. Let me show you guys something. So Thoughty 2's a really big channel. Well, I hovered over one of his videos and immediately saw Elon Musk. So this is Thoughty 2. Pretty big channel, 5 million subscribers, Elon Musk, Dick Ryder, and definitely a conservative. But most of his content is like the peak of YouTube clickbait. How Hitler destroyed Europe so easily. At least this one doesn't like, at least he doesn't seem to like Hitler. This one probably glorifies Hitler, though, with the whole, like, super, like, mega super Nazi narrative. Like, the Nazis had, like, were, like, a super army. They were, it's a complicated discussion, but yeah. This channel, like, primarily focuses on pretty apolitical content now. Why the strange machine changed the fair amount of Hitler content. Okay. So most of his content now, for the most part, pretty innocuous, pretty harmless, but if you look at if you search certain keywords or you look back on his channel a certain distance back, here, let me let's go to recently uploaded and scroll back to a few years ago, to what this guy was uploading a few years ago. Man, he is obsessed with Hitler. Holy shit. Why did Hitler's right-hand man make a secret trip to Britain? How the Nazis lost the war because of a single corpse. That video will not get the fuck out of my recommended. Pretty fine. This is pretty fine. We're gonna hit a point where it starts to get sussy, guys. Pretty fine. This is... Man, this guy really pumps out the content. Pretty fine. Pretty fine. He presents himself as a, you know, a pretty reliable source of information on science and stuff like that. But if you go back to a certain point, there's a really big change in his content. They lied to you. Punishment is better than reward. Why? Giving to charity is selfish. This is why. This is how a stalker's brain works, and it's really disturbing. We watched this one on stream, I think. The bizarre diet that causes the royals to live so long. So he did some clickbait stuff for a little while. Just some, you know, you're seeing a few spots of things here that are a little iffy, but just mostly harmless clickbait, some horror clickbait stuff. Now we're getting into the weirder stuff. How powerful old painting changed the world is fine. How the news lies to you every day, yet you never notice. The insidious toxic masculinity myth is damaging humanity. The fascinating and disturbing truth about medieval punishment. What else we got here? College isn't needed. Why university is the biggest regret of people's lifetimes. The truth why everyone is suddenly getting offended. Let's keep going. Why modern music is so awful. With Katy Perry and Miley Cyrus. What else we got? Is the world more dangerous than ever? Objectively untrue. Well, very interesting thumbnail, bro. How police are predicting when crimes will happen. Dude! So I think you're starting to see, like, how much of a fucking clown this channel is. And yet nowadays, you scroll to the... We can go even further back. He literally did a video on Gillette hating men. Where's the Gillette hating men one? He might have deleted it because it was really embarrassing. People dunked on it a lot. So this guy for a really long time basically did, like, just... He's always been a clickbait channel. His videos are just clickbait, and then he does right-wing political propaganda occasionally. Look at this shit. Bro, 9 crazy crazes. Dude, this video... This channel, we scroll to modern day, 5 million views. This channel is well-respected. This channel is genuinely well-respected. Let's look at his most recent video.
Hey, 42 here. On the 1st of May 1960, a Soviet S-17...
If some average person clicked on one of these videos, there is no shot they wouldn't take everything these videos say at face value. Look at like how well produced they are. That's the goal. You don't think about the truthfulness of these videos because they're so well produced. It is the same deal with Sunny V2. Ironically enough, Thoughty 2, Sunny V2. Huh. Interesting. I wonder if there's a connection there. I really don't know. That's just strange. Just noticed that. Anyway, just take a look at this for a minute and see how it compares to the average Sunny V2 video.
25 to Venus surface-to-air missile smashed into an American U-2 spy plane somewhere over the region of Sverdlovsk. Not wanting to lose face either in front of the press or the Soviets, the US government concocted a cover mugs for planting such a public lie, and the Soviets furious that the Americans were spying on them right before the peace talks, the summit was cancelled, and the Cold War continued unabated for the next 30 years.
So I don't know how accurate this is or how good the truth telling of these videos are, how well researched they are, but like judging on the fact that this guy is just a clickbait, shameless channel that has been doing this since the beginning, and at one point was just doing shameless right-wing propaganda videos, but is now looked at as like a reputable, like educational channel, like edutainment channel. Really upsetting. It's this kind of stuff that I want to like bring more awareness to, because God, people really feel safe getting their opinions and their knowledge about stuff from these goddamn clickbait, absolute fraud YouTubers. It really is pathetic. Anyway, I want to hear what you guys think. Have you had this same pet peeve? Have you seen these same content creators or content creators like them that just kind of give you a bad feeling about how they clickbait and monetize these topics that they don't really seem to have a... They're just doing it for money, and it's really clearly just they're grifters, right? And it just feels soulless after a certain point. A lot of those channels out there, especially in the true crime community from what I've seen. Anyway, with all that said, if you enjoyed this video, please leave a comment down below, like the video, subscribe and ring the bell icon to turn on all notifications so YouTube tells you when I go live or upload a new video. Follow my social medias, all linked down below in the description if you want to see my uploads and my other activity on platforms that aren't the one you're watching on now. And of course, if you've got some money for it and you don't need it for anything else and you don't know what to do with it, you can always support me financially to help me save up for my move to Seattle by donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, by hitting those buttons up there. Or you can support me on YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, or Patreon. With all that said, thank you so much for watching, and have a good one. That was pretty good. Here's Andrew Callahan's response. He uploaded it if you needed it. All right, we'll watch it in a second. I just want to see how many... That's 7 topics we've done so far, Cherry. Hell yeah. Yeah, let's make the Andrew Callahan thing an 8th topic. Let's go. All right, everybody. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1... Action. All right, everybody. We're back revisiting a very depressing topic, and it is the topic of Andrew Callahan of Channel 5 News, a very beloved channel among the left, being outed, alleged to be a sexual assaulter and rapist who would coerce a lot of femme-presenting people, mostly women, but a lot of femme-presenting people just generally, into sexual situations that were not comfortable for them without enthusiastic consent. Far from it. Now, a lot of people have said these are just allegations. At this point, most people have basically come around to believing them fully. I pretty much 100% believe them. I know somebody that he did a sussy against. That's all I'll say here. I did a whole video about this topic where I tell the backstory of the friend that I have that had a run-in with Andrew Callahan, and let's just say it was very disturbing, and when I found out about this, I was like, nope, all these allegations are true, 100%. There's no shot these are lies. Like, I trust this person. They have no reason to lie. They have not come forward with some big public allegations They haven't been referred to as like one of the big accusers. Like, this goes deeper than even like the big public accusers, okay? There is no denying this, at least from my perspective, but yeah. You see Chud Logic playing defense for him? Listen, Chud Logic is just DJ Mule, but with worse facial hair. So yeah. Anyway, Andrew Callahan apparently told Ethan Klein that he did have sexual contact with the women that accused him of rape and sexual assault. And yeah, he didn't admit to doing the things he was accused of. He admitted to having sex with them, which basically implies at best that he could try to argue they all got together and lied about not giving consent, but that's all bullshit. At this point, I take that as full admission. Anyway, I just got sent this in chat. It's from a small YouTube channel called Andrew Callahan with 2,000 subs. This already has 126,000 views in 6 hours. It's called In Response, and apparently he put out a response. I'm curious to see. Please, just I hope he just owns up to everything. Just admit to everything and own up to it, dude. Please, just admit it all, own up to it. Let's go.
All right. I never thought I'd make a video like this, but I think there's an important conversation to be had, and I just want to be fully accountable, honest, and transparent with all of you guys. So I'd like to start by thanking every single person who's came out in the past week to speak about different ways in which my behavior has made them feel uncomfortable or pressured.
Dude, I hate these fucking PR fake apologies, dude. You're not glad you got caught, okay? You're not glad you got caught. That's a lie, okay? Don't lie in your apology, all right? The best thing you can possibly do, Andrew Callahan, to prove that you're not an actual fucking Machiavellian monster is to fully take responsibility. To be like, let me do Andrew Callahan's apology better for him, okay? I want to say that the allegations against me from all of these people, they're true, and I just want to make it clear that, I'm not happy that all of this happened. I'm not glad that I was caught. I'm not going to lie to you and say that I was glad that I was caught. I got a problem. Get ready to clip. Yeah, I know. I got a problem. And like, I'm not going to pretend like that problem just went away because I was caught. Like, I feel like there's so much dishonesty here, right? Like, if he clearly, at least from the story that I heard, he clearly has a real problem with his behavior and his view of women, okay? Like, a very clear problem with it. Or just femme-presenting people broadly. He's like, the way I had it described to me is that he quote-unquote acts like a massive fuckboy. He clearly has, like, fundamental problems there. So it feels so dishonest for him to put on this, like, seemingly really fake, super apologetic, super like, oh, I'm so glad the people came forward to out me for the thing I did. No, you're not glad. You're not glad. Now, this was repeated behavior. You threatened and, like, basically, like, tried to pressure people out of fear with your influence from coming forward. Like, this was not, like, a small mistake or an oopsie that you're glad you were called out for. You say... Hold on, I gotta change my, my cushions because they fell off. This isn't like someone criticizing you to help you out, like constructive criticism, and you're like, oh, thank you for the constructive criticism. That really helps. That's not what this is. This is like a bunch of people have come forward with career-ruining accusations against you that are true, okay? Your career is probably done. The best thing you can do right now is basically prove to everybody that you're a human, that you recognize that what you did was awful, and that you're sorry and are willing to change and make an effort to do better. But the first step of that is fully accepting how awful and horrific the actions that were committed are. And that also entails admitting that, like, at least in this case, he was actively kind of sadistically, like, pursuing these situations. He was known for it across the country.
During a sexual situation, and to people who said that I've made unwanted advances and had a hard time with rejection. I'm sure this was not easy to do. It's never easy to speak out, and it was hard for me to hear as well, because to be honest with you, up until this point, I didn't even really realize that I had this pattern that had affected my...
I don't believe it. All right, this is a bad apology. I have a hard time with rejection. Bro, everybody has a hard time with rejection. Who doesn't have a hard time with rejection? Having a hard time with rejection is no excuse to break the bounds of consent and rape somebody, or rape multiple women, actually. Multiple women and femme-presenting people.
Multiple people. I'd also like to apologize for my silence. I think that when this stuff first came out, I was in a state of denial and shock. I was, you know, just riding the high from my movie that just came out, and then within 48 hours, I was denounced by...
Oh, that's definitely true. Can you imagine how fucking terrifying this was for him? Like, obviously, I'm not drawing sympathy for him in any way, but, like, I want you to imagine right now, you've just had your, like, special come out on Netflix, or not on Netflix, on HBO Max. You're at the top of the world, and then, boom, you're at the bottom in a day. That's gotta be... The G-force on that fall must be insane. Is he plugging his movie mid-apology? Good point, Heavy Gretel. I didn't notice that. He actually it does kind of feel like he's plugging his movie mid-apology. Yeah, it kind of does feel like that, Heavy Gretel. Good point.
By my closest collaborators, and my name was printed in 40 different news outlets next to the words sexual misconduct, and I just kind of spiraled into a mental health crisis. I'm okay now, but I don't really think this is about me. This is about the people that I've affected. So I just want to express my complete sympathy, respect, and support for anyone who I've done wrong by. And I really want to do better and be fully accountable for everything that I've done. So that being said, I want to make a few things clear. I've always...
You can't unrape them though, Andrew.
Taken no for an answer. As far as consent, I've never overstepped that line. But, you know, I think I want to have a more nuanced and important conversation about power.
Yeah, at least he hasn't started talking about the Matrix, right?
Dynamics, pressure, and coercion. Because, you know, like
Wait,
I said,
what?
As far as consent, I've never overstepped that line. But, you know, I think I want to have a more nuanced and important...
He's denying it, dude. Okay, so here's what he's doing right now. He's basically saying, I'm sorry you feel that way. He's literally saying, I'm sorry you feel that way. Holy shit, dude. This is an L. I'm calling this an L right now.
Conversation about power dynamics, pressure, and coercion. Because, you know, like I said, I think for a long time...
I'm sorry, but, like, I'm literally friends with someone who told me their story, and, like, he explicitly broke bounds of consent in... Like, I'm sorry, he's just lying here about never breaking, like, never impeding over someone's consent. Like, no, that's just not true. Pushing the bounds of someone's consent, like, basically wearing them down till they say yes, that yes that you get after wearing them down is not consent. You stopped having consent the second that you got a no initially.
I was behaving in a way that I actually thought was normal. I thought that, you know, going home from the bar alone made you a loser. I thought that persistence was a form of flattery.
Okay.
And I thought that, you know,
okay.
if at first somebody was reluctant, you know, they're playing hard to get, just try harder. And if you think someone's feeling you...
Is it really like the... Okay. This is bullshit, okay? This is not an excuse for any of his behavior. I want to make that very clear here. But let me give a little bit of advice to people out there that he's trying to appeal to. He's trying to appeal to dudes out there that feel like all the pressure is on guys to make the first move or to initiate all the moves, and that they also, while also initiating everything, have to be careful not to go too far and to, like, test the water properly. He's trying to appeal to people who, like, think that and think that it's like this impossible thing to figure out whether or not the girl you're talking to wants to have sex with you. It's really, really not, okay? For starters, you don't have to be the one that initiates, okay? You don't have to be, all right? If that's not your thing, if you're bad at that, if you're worried that like maybe you'll be too pushy, or you're just bad at like telling if a girl's flirting with you and you're worried that you might initiate, or you might flirt with a girl who's not flirting with you and you misinterpreted it, just don't initiate anything. Only ever meet the girl at the same level she brings it to. That works. That's never gone wrong for me. Just let the girl in the situation lead if that's your concern. This is no excuse. Like, especially since I became a content creator, ain't no way I'm just gonna like pop into some girl's DMs and be like, "Hey," like, no. That would not end well for me.
You know, make a physical advance and see if they go with it. And I think that, especially I realized when so many young people, especially young men, rushed to defend me when this stuff first started coming out, that this type of sex pest behavior is normalized. And a lot of people think this stuff is normal when...
This is a very PR corporate, like, very well-written apology, like, that's completely insincere from what I can tell. But he is making a good point here, but that doesn't change the fact this is a pretty insincere apology. He's already said, "I'm sorry you feel that way," pretty much.
I don't think that it is. And I think that I want to be fully responsible for not having a fluid understanding of consent and what enthusiastic two-way consent looks like. That being said, a lot of...
It's not that hard, bro. Like, it's not... Sorry, I'm yelling. I shouldn't yell because my window's open. It's not that hard. It's really, like, if a girl is willing, if there is any chance that a girl is willing to let you put your penis inside of her, she probably won't mind if you ask her, "Do you want to have sex with me?" as opposed to just you assuming she does and, like, going for it. I feel like this is pretty, you know, logical. I don't know. Like,
all the things that have been said online about me are not true. A lot of things are missing really important contextual information.
Okay, he's lying. He's a piece of shit.
That I think would change people's interpretation of a lot of these situations, but I'm not here to invalidate anybody's lived experience. If you feel pressured, you know, that's just what it is. I hope that young people...
Did you guys see the, one of the girls that he raped sent him a DM that his fan base tried to... Not even his fan base, but people were trying to claim that the DM was extortion, that, like, he was being blackmailed by one of the women, and that it was, like, a clue that maybe that this was all made up. But when you actually look at the DM that all these figures have been so reluctant to show, it's actually her DMing him saying, "Hey, could you please, now that you're really big and famous, could you please..." Yeah, his lawyer said that, sorry. The DM was literally her saying, "Hey, now that you're all big and famous, could you, like, maybe send me some money for the therapy bills I have because you raped me? Like, that would be pretty cool if you do that." Nowhere does it say that she won't go to the police or go to public if he does that. It's literally just like, "Hey, here's an opportunity to make things right." And he did not respond. He ghosted her. He is not sorry. He does not want to make things right. He's sorry he was caught.
People, and young men in particular, can use my mistakes to learn and move through life with a better understanding of consent. As far as what I have planned, I'm not really sure what comes next. I mean, obviously, you know, reporting is my one true love, and I'm 25 years old, and I have my whole life ahead of me. But I really think that I need to do some serious work on myself and figure myself out.
God, he said the line. Oh my God, he's saying the stereotypical lines. Oh God, it's so bad.
Start therapy sessions pretty much immediately. Also, not to blame alcohol, but I truly believe that alcohol was a contributing factor to...
Okay. That does... So, I don't think it's an excuse, but that is probably true. Most of the stories that I've heard about this, including the one that I have more of like a you know, I know the person quite well who was the victim of Andrew Callahan in this question. Yeah, he has a habit of being drunk and sometimes even high as well when this stuff goes down. So that's not an excuse, but I don't think he's lying about the being inebriated thing.
My poor decision making
Changes
And I think
nothing.
that alcohol in general has had a devastating impact on my life. So I think I'm going to make the decision to join the 12-step program for Alcoholics Anonymous. And during this journey into sobriety, I want to take a serious step back from public life. And like I said, figure myself out. And I hope that this reaches the ears.
Oh yeah, he does have a lawyer as well. So this was probably at least approved by his lawyer for sure. This is most certainly a lawyer approved apology.
Of anyone who's felt affected by me, I'd love to reach out to you, or you can reach out to me, even just for me to say I'm sorry and I really apologize and I appreciate you all. I also want to apologize to my closest collaborators, you know, my friends, my family, and people who will have to wear this stain on their career forever. You guys don't deserve this, and I love you guys. That being said,
hey, you know who probably feels like they have a bigger stain on themselves? The people who have come forward about you have received shit tons of like harassment and abuse because of it, and at best will now go down in history as victims of Andrew Callahan. Do you think maybe they might feel a little bit bad about the stain left on them and their reputation? Because I think that might hurt a little more than what you're going through. Just maybe a little bit. That's my thought.
If you never want to watch Channel 5 again, I understand. I hope you remember the missions of radical empathy and media literacy that we have tried to put into the world through our coverage. All right, that's all I want to say.
Well, that was disappointing. That was disappointing, to say the least. I did not expect much. I really didn't expect much. I was hoping that maybe he would just own up to everything and he would be completely honest. And like the only way his reputation would ever be salvageable would be full accountability. But nope, no accountability. Like, I think I'm pretty forgiving, honestly. Like, even if you've done bad things in the past, but you're, like, unironically a better person now, I'm pretty forgiving. I can look past a fair amount if you're actually a good person now. But, like, that's not... I didn't see any evidence of that there. I saw evidence of him being upset that all of this came to light and that he wasn't able to do it more longer and uncontested. Yeah. Yeah. Believe me, this isn't enough to end someone. Look at EDP, for God's sakes. Well, yeah, but there's another thing that came along to end EDP. Anyway, if somehow you enjoyed this depressing segment, I honestly, I want to hear your thoughts about whether or not you think this apology was genuine. Comment down below your opinion on it. Like the video if you want to help. Nice, wrong pipe. You can cut that cough out, Cherry. Leave a like if you want to help out the videos, the channel, and my VODs. All that. It really does help me a lot more than I think you guys realize. You can also subscribe and ring the bell icon to turn on all notifications so YouTube tells you when I go live or upload a new video. And of course, if you want to see more from me on other platforms, you can follow all of my social medias linked down below in the description, including my Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, fan Discord, etc. And of course, finally, if you want to support me financially to help me raise money for my move and raising quail and all that cool stuff, you can donate, subscribe, or gift a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or you can click those buttons up there to do it, or you can support me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, or Patreon. With all that said, thank you so much for watching, and have a good one. I think that came out pretty damn good. Honestly, I've got a pretty big headache right now, guys. I think I gotta wrap it up. Yeah, every cough is another 2 mouse clicks, at least for Cherry. And probably a button, like a button click, because like I think the cut button is S. So yeah. That was a deflective apology? Exactly, yeah. I think what he did there was honestly pretty smart, though, from his perspective. He basically did a super lawyer-approved, super PR-y apology. He's going to disappear for a while and then come back after some amount of time when people have pretty much forgotten. And he'll probably upload big videos, and I doubt he'll really his apology on H3 was better. I don't know. That one was pretty sussy. When's the server going live tomorrow? Normal time when I stream. Zan, did you know that Nova from The Creatures is still making content? Oh yeah, I watch him a lot. He was the first ever gaming YouTuber I watched, like, whenever I first found out that, like, people uploaded gaming content on YouTube, he was the first one I watched, his infamous 2 playthrough. It was really good. Before that, I just watched, like, machinimas and, like, non-Let's Play content, you know, where it wasn't like people playing a game, it was more like people using the game for other means. Anyway, with all that said, yeah. I think that's probably the end of today's stream. It's been a fantastic one, honestly. We got tons of topics knocked out, like 8 segments done. How fantastic. My knees have been bothering me most of the stream, and I've been trying not to, like, let it get in the way of making content, but I've been doing, like, a little bit of home physical therapy for my knees. For those of you guys that don't know, I have achy knees that hurt when I sit for too long. So it's really been helping, and hopefully soon I'll be able to sit through entire streams without my knees hurting. It's going to be really, really nice when that happens. But anyway, I really appreciate you all coming out. I appreciate all of your support. You guys have been so goddamn lovely. Larry Banks, thank you for the $5 super chat. And with all that said, I love you all very much, and I'll see you all next time. Probably tomorrow. See you then!